Before we descend into the darkness, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes a massive difference. And if you'd like, comment what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content, consider subscribing. Now let's begin. The evening settled over the villages the way it always did, quietly, with the kind of familiarity that makes you stop noticing the details. Doors closed against the cooling air, fires dimmed to embers, voices dropped to murmurs and then to nothing as families found their way to sleep. In the highlands of Cameroon, where the land rolls in waves of green and volcanic soil runs deep and rich, the night of August 21st, 1986 began like any other night had begun for generations. Lake Nyos sat in its crater a few kilometres away, dark and still under the stars. It was the kind of lake that people lived near without thinking much about. Deep, yes, and oddly circular in the way crater lakes are, but not remarkable in the day-to-day sense. It didn't flood, it didn't dry up, it simply existed, a pocket of water held in old volcanic stone, reflecting the sky when the light was right, and otherwise just being there, part of the landscape, part of the backdrop to ordinary life. Children knew its shores, cattle drank from its edges, no one feared it. Why would they? It had been there longer than memory, longer than the oldest stories anyone still told. It was as permanent and unremarkable as the hills themselves. The villages, Nyos, Cam, Char, Subum, and others scattered across the valleys, were small, tight communities where everyone knew everyone, where the rhythms of farming and family shaped the passage of time. The work was hard but predictable. The seasons turned. Crops grew or didn't grow. Babies were born, old people died, and life continued in the way life does, when it's rooted in a place that doesn't change much from year to year. On that particular evening, there was nothing unusual. No tremors in the ground, no strange smells in the air, no animals behaving oddly, no sudden weather, no signs that the universe was about to deliver something incomprehensible. People ate their meals. They talked about the things people talk about, work to be done tomorrow, a neighbour's health, a child's progress, the small concerns that fill the spaces between dawn and sleep. And then they slept. The air was cool but not cold. The darkness was complete in the way it only is far from cities, where there are no streetlights to soften the night, no ambient glow to remind you that the world is full of people doing things. Just stars if you looked up, and the quiet sounds of a place settling down, the occasional rustle of leaves, the faint call of something nocturnal, the whisper of wind moving through the valleys. Lake Nyos, in its crater, sat in that same darkness. From above, if anyone had been watching from the hills, it would have looked like a dark mirror, a perfectly still surface catching nothing because there was no light to catch. The water was deep, over 200 metres in places, and the shape of the lake itself told a story that most people didn't think about. This was a volcanic crater, a place where the earth had once opened and then sealed itself again, leaving behind a basin that filled with rainwater and runoff over centuries. Volcanic landscapes have a particular character. The soil is fertile because it's full of minerals that plants love. The stone is often dark and porous, shaped by heat and pressure and rapid cooling. And beneath the surface, in places where the rock is fractured or the mantle still sends up slow reminders of its presence, gases seep upward, carbon dioxide mostly, along with traces of other things, moving through cracks and fissures at a pace that geological time measures in patience. These gases don't usually matter. They vent into the air and disperse. They dissolve into groundwater and flow away. They become part of the background chemistry of the earth, invisible and irrelevant to anyone living on top of it. But sometimes, under the right conditions, they accumulate. Lake Nyos was deep and stratified. which means the water didn't mix much between the surface and the bottom. The top layer, warmed by the sun and stirred by wind, stayed relatively light and mobile. But below a certain depth, the water was colder, denser, and still, protected from circulation by its own weight and the stable temperature gradient. This kind of layering is common in deep lakes, especially in tropical climates where the surface heats up, but the depths remain cool year-round. What made Lake Nyos different, what made it dangerous in a way no one understood, was what was happening far below. Carbon dioxide, seeping up from magma chambers deep in the earth, was dissolving into that cold, still water at the bottom of the lake. And because of the pressure at depth, because of the weight of all that water pressing down, the lake could hold an astonishing amount of gas in solution. Far more than seemed possible. Far more than the surface would ever suggest. It was like a sealed bottle of soda, holding carbonation under pressure. Stable, harmless, until something disturbed it. The people, sleeping in the villages that night, had no concept of any of this. How could they? The science of limnic eruptions, the term that would later be used to describe what was about to happen, wasn't widely understood, even by scientists, in 1986. There were theories, a few documented cases from other parts of the world, but nothing that had prepared anyone for the scale of what a large, deep crater lake could do if it released its stored gas all at once. So they slept, and the lake sat in its crater, and the night continued. Sometime after 9 in the evening, though the exact moment would never be known with certainty, something changed. It might have been a landslide, a small one, a shift of rock or soil from the steep crater walls slipping into the water. It might have been a pocket of gas pushing up from below with just enough force to disturb the stratification. It might have been the cumulative effect of years of gas slowly saturating the deep water until it reached a tipping point, a threshold where the system became unstable and any small disturbance could trigger a chain reaction. Whatever the trigger, it brought deep water upward. And when deep water rises, the pressure on it decreases. And when pressure decreases, dissolved gas comes out of solution. The process started slowly, perhaps a few bubbles, a slight stirring in the depths. But carbon dioxide coming out of solution creates more bubbles, which makes the water lighter, which makes it rise faster, which decreases the pressure further, which releases more gas. The feedback loop is vicious and accelerating. What begins as a whisper becomes a roar. Except there was no roar, not one that anyone heard. What happened instead was something far stranger and more terrible. An enormous volume of carbon dioxide. Estimates would later suggest something close to a cubic kilometre of gas erupted from the lake in a massive, silent release. Some witnesses, the very few who survived and were awake at the right moment, reported hearing a rumbling sound, a low vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. Others reported seeing the lake's surface churn and foam, though in the darkness it would have been hard to see much of anything clearly. What is certain is that a vast cloud of CO2 rose from the lake, and then, because carbon dioxide is heavier than air, began to sink and spread. It didn't dissipate the way a normal gas cloud might. It didn't rise into the atmosphere and thin out. It behaved like a liquid, like an invisible flood, pouring down from the crater lake and following the contours of the land, flowing into the valleys where the villages were, moving at speeds estimated at between 20 and 50 kilometers per hour, a silent wall of gas that displaced the air as it went. If you had been standing on a hillside above the lake, watching, you would have seen nothing. The night would have looked normal. The stars would have been the same. There would have been no fire, no light, nothing visual to mark the event, just darkness and silence. But in the valleys below, where the gas clouds settled and pooled, the air was changing. Carbon dioxide itself isn't toxic in the way poison gas is toxic. It doesn't attack the lungs or the nervous system chemically, but it does something simpler and just as deadly. It displaces oxygen. In concentrations above 10% or so, it causes rapid loss of consciousness. Above 25 or 30%, Death comes in minutes, sometimes seconds. The body simply cannot get the oxygen it needs. The brain shuts down. Breathing becomes impossible, not because the lungs stop working, but because there's nothing to breathe. And the gas was heavy enough, concentrated enough, that in the low-lying areas it didn't just mix with the air, it replaced it. The first people to die probably never woke up. They were asleep when the cloud arrived, and they simply stopped breathing. There would have been no pain, no awareness, no chance to understand what was happening. Just sleep, and then nothing. Others might have woken to a feeling of suffocation, a desperate gasping confusion in the darkness, trying to understand why the air had stopped working. Some might have tried to run, to get outside, to find help, but the gas was everywhere in the valleys, and running doesn't help when there's nowhere to run to. When the thing killing you is invisible and all around you. Animals died the same way. Cattle, goats, dogs, birds, insects, anything that needed to breathe. The gas didn't distinguish between species or age or anything else. It simply removed the possibility of breath. By some estimates, the cloud persisted for hours, slowly dispersing as it spread over a wider area, thinning and mixing with the air until the concentrations dropped below lethal levels. But for the critical first hour or two, in the valleys directly below the lake, the air was simply gone. When dawn came, it revealed a scene that felt wrong, in a way that's hard to articulate. The villages looked normal. The houses were intact. There had been no fire, no flood, no visible destruction. Doors were closed the way they'd been closed the night before. Belongings were where they'd been left. The physical world was undisturbed, but the people were gone. The first survivors to emerge, those who had been on higher ground or far enough from the valleys to escape the worst of the cloud, moved through the villages in a kind of stunned disbelief. They found families in their homes, lying as if asleep. They found neighbours in doorways, collapsed, as if they'd been trying to get outside. They found livestock dead in their pens, birds fallen in mid-flight, insects lifeless on the ground, and everywhere, the terrible silence. No crying children, no roosters announcing the morning, no sounds of life resuming the way it should after a normal night. Just the absence of those sounds, which was somehow louder than any noise could have been. The confusion was profound. How do you make sense of a disaster that leaves no evidence of itself? There were no wounds to examine, no wreckage to point to, no obvious cause that fit any pattern people knew. Some thought it might have been a poison gas attack, though who would attack remote villages and why was impossible to say. Others wondered if it was some kind of curse or supernatural event, because what else could explain such a thing? The survivors did what people do in the aftermath of incomprehensible tragedy. They tried to help. They moved through the villages, calling out names, checking homes, hoping against hope to find someone else alive. They began the grim work of understanding the scale of what had happened, though the full count would take days to establish. The numbers, when they finally came together, were staggering. More than 1,700 people dead, thousands of animals dead, entire communities effectively erased in a single night. And still, no one knew why. Word spread slowly at first, limited by the remoteness of the area and the lack of communication infrastructure. But when news of the disaster finally reached the outside world, it brought scientists, government officials, journalists, and aid workers rushing to the region. The international response was swift, driven both by humanitarian concern and by a deep scientific puzzlement. What could possibly cause this? The early theories were all over the map. Some thought it might have been a volcanic eruption releasing toxic gases, though there was no evidence of any volcanic activity. No lava, no ash, no seismic events that would indicate an eruption. Others suggested a chemical spill or industrial accident, though there were no industries in the area to cause such a thing. A few even proposed that it might have been a meteor strike releasing subsurface gases, though again, there was no impact crater or evidence to support it. The key clues came from the pattern of deaths. They were concentrated in the valleys, and low-lying areas. They decreased with elevation, and they radiated outward from Lake Nyos in a way that suggested the lake itself was the source, though the lake looked perfectly normal, calm, undisturbed, showing no signs of having done anything unusual. Investigators began interviewing survivors, piecing together the timeline. A few people reported hearing a loud noise or feeling a rumbling late in the evening. Some who lived near the lake described seeing the water appear to bubble or foam, though in the darkness it was hard to be certain of what they'd seen. One survivor spoke of a strange smell, like rotten eggs or gunpowder, though others didn't mention any smell at all. The breakthrough came when scientists examined the lake itself more closely. They took water samples from different depths and analysed the chemistry. What they found was startling. The deep water of Lake Nyos was still heavily saturated with carbon dioxide, even after the eruption, which meant that before the event, it must have been holding truly enormous quantities of the gas. Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The volcanic geology of the region, the depth of the lake and its stratification, the seepage of CO2 from below, the way the gas could dissolve into deep cold water under pressure, accumulating over years or decades until something triggered a sudden release. The term limnic eruption was applied, though it was still a relatively obscure phenomenon. There had been a similar event at Lake Manoon, another Cameroonian crater lake, just 2 years earlier in 1984. Though on a much smaller scale, 37 people had died there, and the cause had been mysterious at the time. Now, with Lake Nyos providing a much larger and more devastating example, the mechanism became clearer. A limnic eruption, scientists explained, is essentially an overturning of a stratified lake, triggered by the sudden release of dissolved gas. The gas, usually carbon dioxide but sometimes methane, comes out of solution rapidly, creating a fountain or geyser of gas-saturated water that can reach hundreds of meters into the air in extreme cases. The gas then spreads out, and if it's denser than air, it flows downhill like a fluid. The comparison to a shaken soda bottle became common in explanations, and it's apt. The pressure keeps the gas dissolved until something disrupts the system, and then it all comes out at once in a violent degassing event. The difference is that a lake the size of Nyos can release quantities of gas that dwarf anything a bottle could hold, enough to flood entire valleys with suffocating concentrations of CO2. For the survivors and the families of the victims, the scientific explanation provided answers but little comfort. Understanding how it happened didn't bring anyone back. It didn't erase the trauma of waking up to find everyone you knew dead for no visible reason. It didn't solve the practical problems of rebuilding shattered communities or caring for the children who had lost their parents. The international community responded with aid, medical supplies, food, temporary shelter, psychological support. The Cameroonian government declared the area a disaster zone and worked to relocate survivors to safer ground. Though many were reluctant to leave the land their families had lived on for generations. But perhaps the most important response was the scientific one, the determination to prevent this from ever happening again. Lake Nyos still existed. It was still deep. It was still in a volcanic region where CO2 continued to seep upward from below, and the water samples showed it was still saturated with gas, which meant another eruption was not just possible, but likely at some point in the future if nothing was done. The solution that emerged was both elegant and practical: degassing. If the problem was too much dissolved CO2 building up in the deep water, then the answer was to release it in a controlled way before it could accumulate to dangerous levels. Engineers designed a system of pipes that would be anchored at the bottom of the lake and extend to the surface. The principle was simple. Deep water, heavy with dissolved gas, would be pumped or siphoned up through the pipe. As it rose and the pressure decreased, the gas would come out of solution, creating bubbles that would make the water even lighter and help drive it upward. Once the flow started, it would become self-sustaining, a fountain of degassing water that would spray harmlessly into the air, releasing the CO2 safely where it could disperse into the atmosphere. The first degassing pipe was installed at Lake Nyos in 2001, 15 years after the disaster. It worked exactly as designed, creating a plume of water and gas that rose 20 meters into the air, visible from a distance like a geyser. The system ran continuously, slowly drawing down the concentration of dissolved gas in the deep water. Additional pipes were installed over the years, increasing the rate of degassing and providing redundancy in case one system failed. Similar systems were installed at Lake Nyos and at Lake Kivu, a much larger lake on the border between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo that also showed dangerous levels of dissolved gas. The degassing systems represented a rare victory of human engineering over a natural hazard that had seemed almost impossible to defend against. You can't prevent earthquakes or stop volcanoes, but you can, apparently, diffuse a lake. Yet the story of Lake Nyos doesn't end with a neat technological solution. The disaster left scars that engineering couldn't touch. The survivors carried memories of that night, those who had been away from the valleys, those who had been on high enough ground, those who had been just far enough from the worst of the cloud to survive with injuries rather than death. They remembered the silence of the morning. They remembered the incomprehension of finding everyone gone. They remembered the guilt of surviving when so many didn't, even though there was nothing they could have done. For years afterward, the area around the lake remained largely abandoned. The villages were ghost towns, slowly being reclaimed by vegetation, houses collapsing without anyone to maintain them, paths disappearing into the undergrowth. Some survivors moved back eventually, drawn by attachment to the land or lack of options elsewhere, but the population never recovered to what it had been. The lake itself became a site of scientific study, a natural laboratory for understanding limnic eruptions and testing prevention strategies. Researchers visited regularly to monitor gas levels, check the degassing systems, and study the lake's chemistry and biology. The data they collected contributed to a broader understanding of how volcanic lakes behave and what risks they pose. But for the people who lived through it and lost family and friends, Lake Nyos would always be more than a scientific phenomenon. It was the place where the world had stopped making sense for a while, where the normal rules of cause and effect had seemed suspended, where the unthinkable had happened on an ordinary night without warning or mercy. There's a particular kind of horror in disasters that come without warning, that strike in the night when you're asleep and defenseless, that kill indiscriminately and leave no chance for escape or resistance. Earthquakes have that quality sometimes. Tsunamis, sudden floods, but even those leave physical evidence: broken buildings, displaced water, disturbed earth. They change the landscape in visible ways. Lake Nyos didn't. The gas came and went like a ghost, killing everything that breathed and then dispersing, leaving behind a world that looked exactly as it had before, except for the absence of life. In the years since, as the story of the disaster has been told and retold, certain details have become fixed in the collective memory. The crater lake, dark and still, the villages in the valleys below, the silent cloud of gas flowing downhill in the night, the morning of terrible quiet, the slow realization of what had happened. These images are powerful because they tap into primal fears, the fear of invisible threats, of dangers you can't see or smell or hear coming, of the air itself becoming hostile. We depend on air more than anything else. We can live for weeks without food, days without water, but only minutes without air. And the idea that the air could simply stop working, that you could suffocate in the open air with your lungs still functioning, is deeply unsettling. The Lake Nyos disaster forced a reckoning with the fact that the Earth is not always a benign host. We build our lives on a planet that is dynamic and powerful, that has forces operating on scales we don't usually think about. Most of the time, those forces are irrelevant to our daily existence, but occasionally, rarely, but occasionally, They intersect with human life in catastrophic ways. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, landslides, and, as Lake Nyos demonstrated, limnic eruptions. Each represents a different way the planet can reshape or destroy human environments, often with little or no warning. What makes limnic eruptions particularly insidious is how specific the conditions need to be for them to occur. You need a deep lake in a volcanic region. You need stratification to prevent mixing. You need a source of CO2 seeping from below. You need the right chemistry and temperature profile to allow large quantities of gas to dissolve and stay dissolved. And then you need a trigger to set off the release. Those conditions are rare enough that limnic eruptions remain uncommon. There are only a handful of lakes in the world that are known to pose this risk. But rare doesn't mean impossible. And the consequences when it does happen are severe, enough that those few dangerous lakes require constant monitoring and active management. Lake Kivu is the largest concern. It sits on the border between Rwanda and the DRC and is home to millions of people living along its shores. It's much bigger than Lake Nyos, about 2,700 square kilometres of surface area, and much deeper, with a maximum depth of around 485 metres. And it contains truly staggering amounts of dissolved CO2 and methane, estimated at something like 250 cubic kilometres of carbon dioxide and 65 cubic kilometres of methane. If Lake Kivu were to undergo a limnic eruption on the scale that its gas content would support, the death toll could be in the millions. It would be one of the worst natural disasters in human history. Fortunately, the lake is being actively managed. Degassing systems are in place and being expanded. Companies are even extracting methane from the lake for use as an energy source, which has the double benefit of generating power and reducing the gas load in the lake. But the scale of the problem is such that it requires ongoing attention and investment. The lesson from Lake Nyos is that some natural hazards can be managed if you understand them and take action before disaster strikes. The first eruption was a tragedy born of ignorance. No one knew the lake was dangerous because no one knew that lakes could be dangerous in that particular way. But now we know, and with that knowledge comes responsibility. The degassing pipes at Lake Nyos fountain day and night, releasing carbon dioxide in controlled amounts, keeping the deep water from becoming saturated again. They're unglamorous structures, just pipes and valves and pumps, but they stand as monuments to human ingenuity and the desire to prevent future suffering. They also stand as reminders. The lake hasn't changed its fundamental nature. It's still deep, still volcanic, still in a region where CO2 seeps upward from the mantle. The degassing systems don't eliminate the hazard, they manage it. If the pipes failed and weren't replaced, the lake would begin accumulating gas again. Given enough time, it would become dangerous again. This is true of many human interventions in natural systems. We build levees to hold back floods, but the rivers still want to flood. We construct earthquake-resistant buildings, but the tectonic plates still want to move. We install degassing pipes in lakes, but the gas still wants to accumulate. We're not changing nature, we're just creating buffers and safety margins, spaces where human life can continue despite the dynamic processes happening around us. It's a humbling realization. For all our technology and knowledge, we're still vulnerable. We still live on a planet that doesn't care about our plans or our communities. We still face hazards that can emerge from stillness and silence, that can strike without warning and leave devastation in their wake. But vulnerability doesn't mean helplessness. The response to Lake Nyos showed that when we understand a problem, we can take meaningful action to reduce risk. We can monitor, we can engineer, we can prepare. We can't eliminate all danger, that's not possible, but we can shift the odds in our favour. The people who live near Lake Nyos now, those who have returned or those who have moved there since the disaster, live with a different relationship to the lake than the people did in 1986. They know what it is. They know what it did. They know that the pipes are there for a reason, and that maintenance and monitoring matter. That knowledge is a burden in some ways. It's hard to look at a lake knowing it killed 1,700 people, but it's also a form of respect. The lake isn't an enemy. It's not malicious. It's just a feature of the landscape, shaped by geology and chemistry and time, containing within it the potential for disaster if not properly managed. There's something almost poetic about that. A lake that looks peaceful, that reflects the sky and the hills around it. That seems like just another body of water, and yet holds dissolved within its depths an invisible threat that requires constant vigilance to keep in check. It's a metaphor for so many risks we live with. The threats we can't see, the dangers that accumulate slowly and silently until something triggers their release. In a way, the Lake Nyos disaster was a lesson about the importance of looking beneath surfaces, of not assuming that what appears calm and stable actually is calm and stable. Deep water can hold secrets. Still lakes can be saturated with danger. The absence of obvious warning signs doesn't mean the absence of risk. This applies beyond geology. It applies to infrastructure that's aging invisibly, to social tensions that simmer beneath apparent peace, to financial systems that accumulate fragility while seeming robust, to ecosystems that are being degraded in ways that don't show up until collapse is imminent. The pattern is the same. Slow accumulation of stress or instability in a system that doesn't give clear signals of trouble, followed by a sudden release or failure when some threshold is crossed or some trigger occurs. The specific mechanisms vary, but the underlying dynamic is common enough that Lake Nyos serves as a cautionary tale beyond its immediate context. But all of that is abstraction. The reality of Lake Nyos is concrete and specific. A lake in Cameroon, a night in August 1986, 1,700 people who went to sleep and didn't wake up. Families erased, children orphaned, communities shattered, survivors left with memories that would never fully fade. The disaster is in the past now, nearly 4 decades old. Most of the survivors are older, some have passed away. The children who lost parents are now middle-aged. The villages have either been rebuilt in different configurations or remain abandoned, depending on location and circumstance. The lake itself continues, degassed and monitored, no longer the acute threat it once was. But the story endures because it touches on something elemental about the human experience, our fragility in the face of natural forces we don't fully understand and can't completely control. We like to think we've mastered our environment, that we're safe in our homes and communities, that the world is predictable and manageable. And most of the time, it is. But not always. Sometimes the world reveals itself to be stranger and more dangerous than we imagined. Sometimes disasters emerge from conditions we didn't know to look for. Sometimes the threat is invisible and silent and comes in the night when we're asleep and trusting that tomorrow will be like yesterday. Lake Nyos was one of those times, and the appropriate response, the human response, is to learn from it, to study what happened, to understand the mechanisms, to put in place preventions and protections, to honour the dead by making sure it doesn't happen again if we can possibly prevent it. The degassing pipes are working. The monitoring continues. The lake is safer now than it was. That doesn't bring back the 1,700 people who died, but it means their deaths weren't entirely in vain. Something was learned. Actions were taken. The world is slightly better prepared for this particular hazard than it was before. It's a small consolation, perhaps, but it's what we can do. We can't undo the past. We can't bring back the dead. We can't eliminate all danger from the world. But we can learn. We can prepare. We can reduce the likelihood that the same disaster will happen again. And we can remember. We can tell the story of Lake Nyos, not to scare people or to dwell on tragedy for its own sake, but to remind ourselves that the world is complex and sometimes perilous, that invisible threats exist, that vigilance matters, that knowledge and action can save lives. The lake sits in its crater now. Fountains of degassing water spraying into the air, releasing carbon dioxide harmlessly into the atmosphere day after day, year after year. It's a peaceful scene in its way. The water is clear. The surrounding hills are green. Birds fly over the surface. Life continues. But beneath that surface, in the deep water, the geology continues its slow work. Carbon dioxide still seeps up from below, still dissolves into the cold water, still accumulates. The pipes draw it off faster than it can build up, maintaining a balance, keeping the concentrations below dangerous levels. As long as the pipes work, as long as the monitoring continues, as long as people remember why the systems are there and maintain them, the lake is safe. It's a conditional safety, dependent on human attention and effort, but it's real. And that's perhaps the final lesson of Lake Nyos, that safety is often not a state you achieve once and then take for granted, but a condition you maintain through ongoing vigilance and action. The lake will always be a crater lake in a volcanic region with CO2 seeping from below. That's its nature, and it won't change. What can change is how we interact with it, how we monitor it, how we manage the risks it poses. The disaster of 1986 happened because no one knew to be vigilant, because the hazard was invisible and unfamiliar. The relative safety of today exists because people learned from that tragedy and put systems in place to prevent a recurrence. It's not a perfect solution. Nothing involving forces of nature ever is, but it's a working one. And sometimes that's the best we can hope for. Not perfection, not the elimination of all risk, but a reasonable management of the hazards we face, informed by knowledge and experience and the hard lessons of past failures. Lake Nyos is quiet now. The degassing pipes hum and spray. The water is clear. The surrounding land is beautiful in the way volcanic highlands often are, lush and green and dramatic. And beneath it all, the memory of a night when the air stopped working, when 1,700 people died for reasons no one understood, when a lake that had seemed harmless revealed itself to be anything but. That memory lives in the survivors, in the historical record, in the scientific literature, in the stories people tell about the disasters that shaped their world. It's a heavy memory, full of grief and loss and incomprehension. But it's also an instructive one. It reminds us to look beneath surfaces, to question assumptions about safety, to take invisible threats seriously, to invest in monitoring and prevention even when the danger isn't obvious. Most importantly, it reminds us that we live in a world that can surprise us, that has forces and processes operating beyond our everyday awareness, that can generate disasters we didn't see coming. That's not a reason for fear or paranoia. Most days are ordinary and safe. Most lakes are just lakes. Most nights you sleep and wake up to a normal morning. But it is a reason for humility, for attention, for respect for the systems we're embedded in and the forces that shape our world. It's a reason to remember that safety is not a given, but an achievement, often hard-won and always requiring maintenance. The people who died at Lake Nyos didn't get a chance to learn these lessons. They went to sleep on an ordinary night and never woke up. But those who survived and those who studied what happened and those who worked to prevent it from happening again, they carried forward the knowledge bought with 1,700 lives. And now, decades later, the lake is managed, monitored, degassed. The immediate danger has been reduced. The systems are in place. The vigilance continues. It won't bring back the dead. It won't erase the trauma. But it means the disaster of 1986 wasn't entirely meaningless. Something was learned. Something changed. The world became slightly safer because people paid attention to what the lake taught them, even though the lesson came at a terrible price. That's cold comfort. Perhaps, but it's the only comfort available when dealing with tragedies born of natural forces that don't care about human life or human suffering. We can't negotiate with geology. We can't reason with chemistry. We can't plead with the earth to be gentler. What we can do is observe, Understand, prepare, and act. We can turn knowledge into protection. We can use our intelligence and our engineering to create buffers between ourselves and the hazards that surround us. Lake Nyos stands as a testament to both our vulnerability and our capacity to respond. The disaster showed how fragile we are, how easily life can be extinguished by forces we don't see coming. The aftermath showed what we can accomplish when we understand a problem and commit to solving it. Both lessons are worth remembering. The vulnerability keeps us humble. The response keeps us hopeful. Together, they paint a realistic picture of our relationship with the natural world, neither masters nor victims, but participants in a complex system that we can sometimes influence, but never fully control. The lake is still there. The pipes are still running. The water still holds dissolved gas, though less than it once did. The monitoring continues, and somewhere, survivors remember the night everything changed. The morning of terrible silence, the slow understanding of what had been lost. They remember, and they live with it, the way survivors of any disaster live with their memories, carrying them forward, allowing them to inform but not define their lives, finding ways to continue despite the knowledge of how quickly everything can change. And the rest of us, hearing the story, learning what happened, understanding the mechanisms and the consequences, we carry a different kind of knowledge. We learn that the world is more complex than it appears, that dangers can be invisible, that safety requires attention and effort, that tragedy can strike without warning, but that understanding can help prevent future tragedies. It's not a comforting story exactly, but it's a true one, and truth has value even when it's uncomfortable, especially then perhaps. Lake Nyos killed 1,700 people in a single night through a mechanism almost no one knew was possible. That's the horror. But the horror led to understanding, which led to action, which led to prevention. That's the hope. And in the tension between those two truths, the terrible vulnerability and the redemptive response, lies something essential about the human experience. We are fragile. We live in a world that can harm us in ways we don't anticipate. But we're also capable of learning, of adapting, of taking action to protect ourselves and others. The lake sits in its crater, degassing slowly, no longer the threat it once was. The disaster is in the past. The systems are in place. The vigilance continues. And somewhere in the highlands of Cameroon, where the land rolls in waves of green and the volcanic soil runs deep and rich, the night settles quietly, the way it always does. Doors close against the cooling air. Fires dim to embers. Voices drop to murmurs and then to nothing as families find their way to sleep. Most nights are just nights. Most lakes are just lakes. Most mornings you wake up to normalcy and routine and the ordinary concerns of daily life. But not always. And remembering that, holding that knowledge without letting it paralyze us, learning from past disasters without being consumed by fear of future ones, that's the balance we have to find. Lake Nyos taught that lesson at a terrible cost. The least we can do is remember it, honour it, and let it inform how we think about risk and safety and our relationship with the natural world. The pipes fountain upward, releasing gas that would otherwise accumulate in the depths. The monitoring equipment hums quietly, measuring and recording, watching for any signs of dangerous change. The systems work because people maintain them, because the lesson was learned, because the cost of forgetting would be too high. And in that maintenance, in that ongoing vigilance, in that commitment to preventing what happened before from happening again, there's a kind of memorial to those who died. Not a statue or a plaque, but a living, working system that says, we learned from you, we changed because of you. We're trying to make sure no one else has to die the way you did. It's not enough. Nothing could be enough. But it's what's possible, and sometimes possible is all we have. The lake is quiet now. The night is calm. The air is breathable, and it will stay that way as long as the vigilance continues, as long as the lessons are remembered, as long as people understand that beneath peaceful surfaces, invisible dangers can accumulate, and that safety is something you build and maintain rather than something you assume. That's the story of Lake Nyos: tragedy, understanding, and the ongoing work of prevention. Not a story with a neat ending, because the geological processes continue and the lake remains a lake in a volcanic region where gas seeps upward from the mantle, but a story with meaning, with lessons, with a demonstrated path from ignorance to knowledge to action. And in a world full of invisible threats and unfamiliar hazards, that path from tragedy to understanding to prevention is one worth remembering and following whenever we can. The lake sits in its crater, watched over by sensors and pipes, no longer a silent threat but a managed risk, a hazard understood and contained but not eliminated, a reminder that the world is complex and sometimes dangerous, and always worth paying attention to. And somewhere in that complexity, in that ongoing attention, in that commitment to learning from the past and preparing for the future, there's a kind of hope. Not that we can make the world perfectly safe, but that we can make it safer, one lesson at a time, one intervention at a time, one disaster remembered and learned from at a time. Lake Nyos is one of those lessons. The 1,700 who died there are part of that education, unwilling teachers of truths about geology and chemistry and the fragility of life. We can't bring them back, we can't undo what happened, but we can make sure it wasn't for nothing, that the knowledge persists, that the vigilance continues, that future generations know to look beneath calm surfaces and attend to invisible accumulations, and remember that the earth, for all its beauty, contains forces that can kill without warning if we're not paying attention. That's not a frightening thought exactly, or it doesn't have to be. It can also be a focusing one, a reminder that attention matters, that knowledge matters, that preparation matters, that the work of understanding and managing risks is never finished, but is always worthwhile. The lake is there, the pipes are running, the monitoring continues, and somewhere people are sleeping peacefully in the highlands of Cameroon, safer than they would have been without those systems, protected by knowledge that was bought at a terrible price, but that makes a real difference nonetheless. That's something. In a world full of tragedies that teach nothing, disasters that change nothing, losses that mean nothing beyond the grief they cause, in such a world, a disaster that leads to understanding and prevention and ongoing vigilance is something to hold on to. Not a happy ending, but an ending that contains the possibility of better futures, of lives saved, of disasters prevented. And sometimes that's the best we can do. Learn from the worst moments, understand what happened and why, and do everything we can to make sure it doesn't happen again. Lake Nyos sits in its crater, degassing slowly, monitored constantly, no longer the threat it once was. The disaster is remembered, the lessons are applied, the vigilance continues, and in that continuation, in that ongoing work, there's a kind of grace, imperfect, incomplete, but real. The grace of learning, of adaptation, of human beings taking responsibility for managing the risks they face, rather than simply accepting them as inevitable. The lake will always be a crater lake in a volcanic region. That won't change. But our relationship to it can change, and has changed, from ignorance to awareness, from vulnerability to management, from passive acceptance of risk to active mitigation of it. That's the arc of the Lake Nyos story, from the quiet evening when no one knew the danger to the ongoing present, where the danger is understood and addressed. It's not a perfect arc. Nothing involving 1,700 deaths can be called perfect, but it's a meaningful one, a trajectory from tragedy to understanding to action. And in a world where such trajectories are possible, where hard lessons can lead to real changes, where the deaths of the past can inform the safety of the future, in such a world, there's reason to remember Lake Nyos not just as a disaster, but as a turning point, a moment when humanity learned something important about the planet we live on and took action to prevent a recurrence. The pipes fountain upward, the lake degasses, the monitoring continues, and somewhere people sleep safely who might not have otherwise, protected by systems that exist because of lessons learned the hard way. That's Lake Nyos now, a managed risk, a remembered tragedy, an ongoing commitment to vigilance and prevention. Not the end of the story. The geological processes continue, the monitoring must continue, the maintenance must continue. But a different chapter than the one that began on August 21st, 1986, when 1,700 people went to sleep and never woke up. The world is safer for the knowledge bought with those lives. Not safe, never completely safe, but safer. And in the difference between those words lies all the meaning we can salvage from tragedy. The understanding that while we can't prevent every disaster, we can learn from the ones that happen and do better going forward. Lake Nyos taught that lesson. The question now is whether we remember it, whether we apply it, whether we maintain the vigilance required to keep the lesson alive and the protections in place. So far, the answer has been yes. The systems work. The monitoring continues. The lake is safer than it was. May it remain so. May the vigilance continue. May the lessons persist. And may those who died in 1986 be remembered, not just for how they died, but for what their deaths taught the world, about the importance of looking beneath surfaces, attending to invisible threats, and taking action to protect the living from the hazards that surround us. That's the story of Lake Nyos: tragedy, understanding, prevention, and the ongoing work of vigilance. A story without a neat ending because the work is never finished, but a story with meaning, with lessons, with a demonstrated path from disaster to knowledge to action. And in that path, imperfect as it is, there's a kind of redemption. Not for the tragedy itself, which remains tragic, but for what came after, for the changes made, for the lives potentially saved, for the commitment to making sure it doesn't happen again. The lake is quiet now. The night is calm. The degaussing pipes spray their fountains of gas-laden water into the air, releasing carbon dioxide harmlessly, keeping the deep water safe, maintaining the balance. And somewhere in that quietness, in that calm, in that ongoing work of prevention and protection, the story of Lake Nyos continues. Not as a disaster anymore, but as a reminder, a lesson, a testament to what we can accomplish when we learn from our failures and commit to doing better. May we remember, may we learn, may we remain vigilant, and may the night always be just a night, the morning just a morning, the air always breathable, the sleep always peaceful, the waking always a return to the ordinary blessings of another day. That's the hope, that's the goal, and that's the legacy of Lake Nyos. Not just the tragedy of what happened, but the determination to make sure it never happens again. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The afternoon arrived heavy and bright, the kind of summer heat that made every surface feel deliberate. Metal too hot to touch, pavement shimmering, the air itself a presence you had to push through. Hartford in July carried the weight of a world at war, even in moments meant for forgetting. Families walked toward the circus grounds with that particular shuffle of people who had dressed up for something, who had saved coins and coordinated schedules, and promised children that yes, today would be different, today would be light. The big top rose against the sky like a promise made solid. Canvas stretched across wooden poles in a geometry that suggested permanence, even though everything about it was temporary. From a distance it looked simple, just fabric and rope and stakes driven into earth, but up close it was a small city, a world with its own rules. The entrance drew people in steadily, a flow that felt natural, unforced. Tickets changed hands, vendors called out, the smell of popcorn and animals and sawdust mixed into something that belonged only to this kind of place, this kind of afternoon. Inside, the tent created its own weather. Sunlight filtered through canvas in a way that softened edges, made colours glow differently. The seats rose in tiers around a central ring, wooden planks laid across metal scaffolding, simple construction that had held crowds 1,000 times before. People found their spots with the small negotiations families make. Children wanting to sit closer, parents calculating sight lines and bathroom access, and how long small legs could stay still. Everyone settled in with that particular relief of having arrived, of being in the right place at the right time, of having successfully carved out a few hours where ordinary life would wait. The tent held them all in a shared focus. Whatever people had been thinking about on the walk over, work shifts, grocery lists, news from overseas, bills waiting at home, all of it faded into the background. The circus was its own complete world, and stepping into it meant accepting a different set of rules. Here, gravity could be defied. Here, danger was controlled and beautiful. Here, the next hour belonged entirely to wonder, and nothing outside these canvas walls could interrupt. The performers were already moving through their warm-ups, bodies stretching and testing equipment with the calm efficiency of people who had done this same routine in 100 different towns. The band tuned instruments in that discordant pre-show chaos that somehow promised order would emerge. Staff moved along the edges, checking ropes, adjusting lights, making small corrections to a system that had been refined through repetition. Everything felt stable. Everything felt managed. The crowd relaxed into their seats with the confidence of people who believed someone had already thought through the risks. Children pointed at things their parents couldn't yet see. Adults craned necks to get a better view of the rigging above, the complex web of ropes and pulleys that would soon lift human bodies into graceful motion. Strangers sat shoulder to shoulder without tension because the shared experience made them temporary neighbours. A circus crowd became a single organism, everyone breathing together, waiting for the same moment to begin. The tent itself was a marvel of temporary engineering. Thousands of square feet of treated canvas held up by centre poles that reached toward the peaked roof like the masts of a ship. The material had been waterproofed, reinforced, patched where needed, used season after season, because canvas was expensive and circuses moved constantly, and you didn't replace what still held. The treatment that kept rain from soaking through was a mix of paraffin and gasoline, a combination that created a waxy barrier against the weather. It worked perfectly for what it was designed to do. Water rolled off instead of seeping in. The tent stayed dry inside even, when storms passed overhead. Nobody thought about what else that treatment might do because thinking about disasters isn't part of attending a circus. The mind doesn't naturally jump to worst-case scenarios when children are laughing and music is starting and the whole point is escape. Safety was something handled elsewhere, by other people, in planning stages that the audience never saw. The crowd trusted that someone had checked, someone had measured, someone had made sure the math worked. That trust was invisible, but total. The show began the way circus shows always began, with fanfare, with lights, with the ringmaster's voice cutting through the ambient noise to announce that something extraordinary was about to happen. The crowd settled into attention. The first acts rolled out with practiced timing, acrobats building human pyramids, clowns working the edges for laughs, animals parading in formation. Each segment was designed to build towards something bigger, to create a rhythm that would carry the audience through the full performance without letting attention drift. Parents relaxed into the experience, grateful for something that held their children's focus so completely. This was what they'd come for. A break from heaviness. A few hours where the hardest decision was whether to buy peanuts. The war felt distant here. Money troubles felt distant. Everything sharp and complicated about the world outside these canvas walls seemed to dissolve in the presence of sequins and sawdust and carefully rehearsed grace. The tent worked its quiet magic. The space between the audience and the performers created a kind of boundary where ordinary rules didn't quite apply. Up in the rigging, bodies would soon spin and catch and trust rope and timing with their lives. Down in the ring, danger would be performed as art. The audience could watch, could gasp, could feel the thrill of risk without carrying any of it themselves. That was the contract, The performers took the danger, the audience got the wonder. Everyone went home safe. Except the tent was not a building. It couldn't be. Buildings had foundations sunk into earth, walls that didn't move, exits marked by law and tested by inspectors. The tent was fabric and wood, and temporary by definition. It went up in days and came down just as fast. The materials were chosen for portability, not permanence. The structure was designed to hold against wind and rain and the weight of its own canvas, but it was never meant to face fire. Fire changes everything it touches. It doesn't negotiate. It doesn't wait for permission. It finds fuel and oxygen and heat. And when all three come together in the right proportions, it grows with a speed that human perception struggles to track. In open air, fire can be managed. You see it coming, you move away. You create distance. Inside an enclosed space, fire becomes something different. It eats the air you breathe. It fills space faster than people can empty it. It turns an environment against the bodies trying to leave. The tent had been designed for weather, for wind, for the ordinary stresses of travel and setup and crowds. But canvas treated with paraffin and gasoline doesn't resist flame. It invites it. The waterproofing that kept rain out would help fire spread, not slow it down. The materials that made the tent functional for its intended purpose also made it vulnerable in ways that weren't obvious until they became catastrophic. Nobody in the crowd was thinking about materials science or combustion rates or evacuation timelines. They were watching the show. A new act was preparing. The high-wire performers, the ones who would walk across space with nothing but balance and a thin strand of rope. The audience leaned forward slightly, readying themselves for the kind of controlled fear that makes entertainment thrilling. And then someone noticed something wrong. It started as a small thing, a flicker of orange light where orange light shouldn't be. Not part of the show, not planned, not controlled. Just a small flame, barely visible at first, climbing up the sidewall of the tent near one of the exits. The kind of fire that could be stopped with a bucket of water if someone reached it quickly enough. The kind of problem that seemed manageable if you caught it early. But the people who saw it first weren't the people with buckets. They were audience members seated and uncertain, doing that quick mental calculation every person does when they notice something odd. Is this serious? Should I say something? Am I overreacting? The flame was small. Maybe it was part of the act. Maybe someone else had already noticed. Maybe it would go out on its own. Seconds passed while minds processed information and decided whether to act. Those seconds mattered. The fire didn't wait for consensus. It found the treated canvas and recognized fuel. It began to climb, spreading upward along the sidewall with gathering speed, still small, but no longer something that could be ignored. Someone shouted, not a scream, not yet, just a sharp call of attention, the kind of sound that makes heads turn. Fire! The word moved through the nearest section of crowd, like a stone dropped in water, rippling outward. People stood to see better, craning necks, blocking the view of those behind them. The performers in the ring kept going because they couldn't see what the audience was seeing, because the show had its own momentum, and breaking rhythm required a reason. Staff members near the wall saw the flame now and moved toward it, pulling fire extinguishers from their stations, moving with purpose but not quite panic. This was manageable. This was a small problem that could be contained. They aimed the extinguishers at the base of the flame, spraying foam that should have smothered it, that should have stopped the chemical reaction and starved the fire of oxygen. But the fire was already moving faster than hands could track it. The canvas was treating the flame like a highway, giving it a clear path upward. The extinguishers slowed it, dampened sections of it, but they couldn't reach high enough, and the fire was climbing toward the peak of the tent, where the canvas gathered and curved, where more surface area meant more fuel. The audience was starting to understand that this wasn't part of the show. The performers stopped mid-routine, looking around for direction. The band's music faltered, instruments trailing off into confused silence. The collective focus that had unified the crowd began to fracture. Some people stayed seated, still waiting for someone official to tell them what to do. Others stood and started moving toward exits, not running yet, just repositioning, creating options. The fire reached the top of the sidewall and caught the main canopy. The tent's peak became a source of orange light, the flame spreading outward from the center pole in expanding circles. The canvas that had filtered sunlight so beautifully now glowed with heat. Smoke began to gather at the highest point, black and thick, pooling against the canvas before starting to descend. Time compressed. The middle space between small problem and immediate danger collapsed faster than human instinct wanted to accept. The fire was no longer something that could be put out with extinguishers. It was consuming the tent from above, racing across the treated canvas in waves. And the smoke was descending, like a curtain being lowered, cutting visibility, making breath harder. The crowd shifted from uncertainty to movement. Not organised evacuation yet, just the beginning of it. People standing and gathering children and looking for the exits they'd barely noticed on the way in. The tent had openings, but openings aren't the same as clear paths. The seats were packed tight, rows of people wedged together with narrow aisles between them. Getting out meant coordinating movement with strangers, waiting for the person ahead to move, trusting that the flow would continue. Staff members were shouting now, trying to direct people toward exits, but their voices competed with the growing noise of the crowd. Parents calling children's names, people asking each other which way to go, the crackling sound of fire eating through canvas overhead. Instructions became hard to hear, hard to follow, hard to trust when the instinct was just to move, to get away from the heat and smoke as fast as possible. The fire spread across the ceiling in patterns that looked almost deliberate, following the lines where canvas panels were sewn together, finding the seams and racing along them. Pieces of burning canvas began to fall, dropping into the crowd like toxic rain. Small fragments at first, glowing embers that people batted away or stamped out. Then larger pieces, sections of flaming material that fell across seats, across shoulders, across the wooden planks people were trying to walk across. Panic arrived not as a sudden switch but as a rising pressure. The crowd's movement accelerated. People started pushing, not out of malice, but out of desperation, everyone trying to reach the same exits at the same time. The aisles became choked with bodies. Children were lifted onto shoulders to keep them from being crushed. Strangers grabbed strangers to pull them along or to keep from falling. The smoke was descending faster now, filling the upper sections of the tent and working its way down. Breathing became work. Eyes stung. Visibility dropped. The fire overhead cast everything in shifting orange light that made distances hard to judge, made obstacles appear suddenly. People stumbled over seats, over each other, over belongings dropped in the rush. The exits that had seemed adequate when people were entering calmly now revealed themselves as bottlenecks. The openings were narrow, designed for controlled flow, not mass exodus. The crowd compressed at each exit point, bodies pressing together so tightly that movement slowed to a crawl. People at the back pushed forward, unaware that the people at the front had nowhere to go, that pressure was building into a dangerous crush. Some people made different choices. Instead of heading toward the main exits, they moved toward the sidewalls, looking for any opening, any gap in the canvas. Some found places where stakes had been pulled loose by the fire's heat, where canvas was lifting away from the ground, creating small gaps they could crawl under. Others used pocket knives or keys to cut through the fabric, creating their own exits, crawling through, and pulling family members after them. These improvised escapes saved lives, but they also scattered the crowd's energy. There was no single direction of flow anymore, no organised evacuation. The tent was emptying in dozens of different ways simultaneously, through official exits, through torn canvas, through gaps where the structure was starting to fail. Some people found clear paths and got out, quickly. Others became trapped in confused pockets, where smoke made directions invisible, and the press of bodies made movement impossible. The fire had consumed most of the ceiling now. The centre poles were still standing, but the canvas was mostly gone, burned away, or fallen in burning sheets. The tent was transforming from an enclosed space into an open-air disaster, scaffolding and poles rising from chaos like the skeleton of something that had died standing up. The loss of the ceiling meant smoke could escape upward instead of pooling, which helped those still inside breathe, but it also meant there was no more protection from falling debris. Metal fixtures that had been attached to the canvas, lights, rigging hardware, pieces of the frame, began to drop as their supports burned away. The wooden seats were catching fire now, in places where burning canvas had fallen across them. The sawdust floor, meant to be soft and clean, was becoming a field of scattered flame, hotspots, where embers had landed and found something to feed on. Outside the tent, the first people who had escaped were trying to help others, reaching back into the chaos to pull people through, shouting directions that may or may not have been heard over the noise. Some ran for help, sprinting toward nearby buildings to call emergency services or find anything that could fight the fire. Others stood frozen in shock, staring at the tent as it transformed from entertainment venue to catastrophe, their minds struggling to integrate what they were seeing with what they had expected this afternoon to be. First responders began arriving, police and firefighters converging on the circus grounds, with sirens that added another layer to the auditory chaos. They found a scene that was still unfolding, still changing, not yet a static disaster they could assess and manage. People were still emerging from the tent, some walking under their own power, some being carried, some crawling. The fire was still burning, consuming what remained of the structure, with heat intense enough to feel from hundreds of feet away. The firefighters began working on the flames, training hoses on the burning canvas and wooden structures, trying to prevent spread to nearby buildings and to create cooler zones where rescuers could enter more safely. But the tent was mostly gone already, reduced to framework and scattered burning pieces. The real work was finding people, those who were trapped, those who were injured, those who were unconscious from smoke or trauma. Police started trying to organise the crowd outside, creating space for emergency vehicles, establishing perimeters, beginning the painful work of accounting for who had escaped and who might still be inside. It was impossible work in those first minutes. The crowd was scattered, panicked, still moving. Families were separated. Children were crying for parents they couldn't find. Adults were running along the perimeter of the disaster zone, calling names, looking for familiar faces. Inside what remained of the tent, the rescuers moved carefully through smoke and debris. The scaffolding was unstable now. Supports weakened by fire, metal twisted by heat. Seats had collapsed in places, creating tangles of wood and metal that had to be moved carefully to avoid further injury to anyone trapped beneath. The sawdust floor was hot underfoot, radiating heat from embers buried in it. They found people in the spaces where crowds had compressed, near exits, under fallen canvas, in corners where panic had driven them and confusion had kept them. Some were conscious and could be helped to their feet and guided out. Others were injured, suffering from burns or crush injuries or smoke inhalation, and had to be carried to waiting ambulances. Some were beyond help, bodies still and silent, in positions that spoke of desperate final movements. The work of extraction was slow and careful. Each person found required assessment. Could they be moved safely? What injuries were visible? Were they breathing? Were they conscious? The rescuers worked with controlled urgency, knowing that speed mattered, but that hasty movement could cause more harm. They called out constantly, listening for responses, for any sound that might indicate someone still alive in the debris. The smoke began to clear as the fire consumed its fuel, and water from the hoses dampened what remained. The scene revealed itself in pieces, sections of collapsed seating, scattered belongings, shoes and bags dropped in the rush, the twisted metal frame of the tent standing like a monument to structural failure. The ground was littered with burned canvas, some pieces still smouldering, others cool to black ash that crumbled when stepped on. Ambulances lined up outside the perimeter, a fleet of vehicles with doors open and crews ready. The injured were brought out in a steady stream, each one triaged quickly, who needed immediate hospital transport, who could wait for treatment, who needed only minor first aid. The system worked because it had to, because there were too many people needing help for any hesitation or confusion. Paramedics moved with practiced efficiency, their hands steady even as their eyes showed the strain of processing the scale of what was happening. The hospitals in Hartford began receiving victims before they were fully prepared, trauma patients arriving faster than beds could be readied. Burn units activated emergency protocols, surgical teams were called in, waiting rooms filled with family members desperate for information, for any word about loved ones who had been separated in the chaos. The hospitals became secondary disaster sites, organised chaos where life and death decisions were made in rapid succession. Back at the circus grounds, the fire was finally under control. What had been a tent was now just a framework of poles and scattered debris, still smoking but no longer actively burning. The immediate danger had passed, but the work was far from over. The entire area had to be searched systematically, every section of collapsed seating examined, every pile of debris carefully moved and checked for victims. The police began the grim work of documentation. Cameras recorded the scene from multiple angles. Investigators marked locations where bodies had been found, where injuries had occurred, where the fire's spread could be traced by burn patterns on canvas and wood. Every detail mattered because at some point there would be questions. How did this start? Why did it spread so fast? Could it have been prevented? Who was responsible? The crowd outside had thinned as people either found their families and left or were transported to hospitals. What remained was a harder group, those still searching, still calling names, still hoping that the person they were looking for was simply in a different hospital or had gone home confused and would call soon. The police tried to organise the searching, creating lists of missing persons, checking them against lists of those found, trying to give people concrete information instead of terrible uncertainty. But the lists didn't match cleanly. Some people who had escaped didn't realise they should check in with authorities. Children had been separated from parents and taken to hospitals under care of strangers. Adults had been transported unconscious and couldn't provide names. The work of accounting for everyone would take hours, would stretch into the night, would involve phone calls and radio communications, and desperate coordination between hospitals and the disaster site. As the afternoon turned toward evening, the nature of the crisis shifted. The immediate rescue work was complete. Everyone who could be found had been found. The site was secured, no longer dangerous, transformed from active disaster into crime scene and investigation site. The families still searching had to accept that the people they were looking for were either in hospitals they hadn't checked yet, or among the victims who hadn't survived. The city of Hartford was processing what had happened in real time. News spreading through phone calls and radio reports. Neighbours telling neighbours, the word moving outward in concentric circles from the circus grounds. People who had been planning to attend later shows called friends and family to confirm they were safe. Those who had stayed home felt the strange guilt of relief mixed with horror. The whole city was connected to this now, whether they had been there or not. The night brought a strange quiet to the circus grounds. The rescuers had left. The investigators had taken their initial documentation and would return in daylight for more thorough examination. What remained was a burned skeleton of a structure surrounded by debris, the smell of smoke still heavy in the air, the ground littered with evidence of thousands of people who had fled in panic hours earlier. In living rooms across Hartford, families sat in numb silence or talked in low voices, trying to process the gap between the afternoon they had planned and the one that had actually happened. Children who had escaped kept replaying the moments of terror, their minds trying to make sense of chaos, trying to fit it into a narrative that had logic and order. Parents held them and offered reassurance that felt hollow. Because how do you promise safety after something like this has broken through into ordinary life? The hospitals worked through the night. Surgeons operated on burn victims, trying to save tissue, prevent infection, manage pain. Nurses monitored vital signs, adjusted medications, comforted patients who woke confused and terrified. Social workers helped families navigate the bureaucracy of sudden crisis, insurance, identification, consent for procedures, notifications to extended family. Every room held a small piece of the larger disaster, a single-person story of escape or injury or loss. The morgue became overwhelmed. Bodies arrived faster than they could be processed. Each one required documentation, identification, notification of next of kin. Some had identification in pockets or purses. Others would require dental records or family recognition. The work was careful and respectful, but necessarily slow. And outside, families waited for news that would destroy them, but that they desperately needed to know. The next morning brought investigators back to the site with fresh eyes and daylight. They walked the perimeter, photographed everything, collected samples of burned canvas and wood, measured distances, created diagrams. The fire marshal examined the pattern of burn damage, tracing how the flames had spread, identifying the point of origin near the sidewall exit. Structural engineers assessed the remains of the scaffolding, determining how the collapse had progressed, which supports had failed first. The questions everyone was asking started to get technical. Answers: how fast did the fire spread? Fast enough that people standing and moving toward exits only had minutes before the tent became impassable. What made it spread so fast? The waterproofing treatment on the canvas, paraffin and gasoline, turned the entire tent into a wick waiting for a flame. Were the exits adequate? On paper, for normal evacuation, yes. For mass panic evacuation during a fire, absolutely not. Could anything have stopped it once it started? Not with the materials involved and the speed of spread. A few seconds difference in response time wouldn't have changed the outcome. The public wanted someone to blame. Disasters create rage along with grief, a need to identify fault, to find the human error that caused inhuman suffering. The circus management was examined first. What did they know about the fire treatment on the tent? Had they conducted safety inspections? Were staff trained for emergencies? Why weren't there more exits? Why wasn't there a better evacuation plan? The answers were unsatisfying because they revealed not malice but normalcy. The tent had been treated the same way circus tents had been treated for years. The exits met the minimal standards of the time. The staff had fire extinguishers and had attempted to use them. The evacuation plan assumed people would hear instructions and follow them calmly. Every decision had seemed reasonable in the abstract. In the planning stages, before fire turned theory into catastrophic practice, the fire itself remained something of a mystery in its origins. The investigation traced it to the sidewall, near an exit, but exactly how it started was never conclusively determined. A discarded cigarette seemed likely, someone stepping outside to smoke, not realizing how close the ember was to treated canvas, or possibly an electrical short in the lighting system. The precise cause mattered less than the conditions that let a small ignition become a deadly fire. Legal proceedings began almost immediately. Families of victims filed lawsuits against the circus, against the property owner, against anyone who might bear responsibility. The circus management faced criminal charges, involuntary manslaughter, operating with inadequate safety measures. The trials would stretch on for years, producing verdicts that felt both necessary and inadequate. Some officials were convicted and served time. Fines were paid, insurance settlements were reached, but no legal outcome could match the scale of the loss. The city had to carry this now, had to integrate the disaster into its collective memory and figure out how to move forward. Memorial services brought thousands together to grieve publicly, to share the weight of loss, to try to find meaning, or at least solidarity, in the face of something meaningless and terrible. Religious leaders offered what comfort they could, knowing that nothing they said would actually explain why this had happened or make it hurt less. The children who survived carried it differently. Many developed fears of fire, of crowds, of enclosed spaces. Some stopped being able to attend any kind of public gathering without panic rising. Others became hypervigilant, always locating exits, always watching for danger, never fully relaxing into the moment. The trauma imprinted itself in ways that would affect their relationships, their careers, their parenting styles decades later. Adults processed it through practical action where they could. Some threw themselves into advocacy, pushing for new safety regulations, testifying before committees, writing letters to legislators. The need to prevent this from happening again became a way to channel grief into purpose, to feel like the deaths meant something if they led to changes that would save future lives. And changes did come. The Hartford circus fire became a case study in what happens when safety is treated as optional until disaster proves it's essential. Building codes were rewritten to address temporary structures more seriously. Tent materials were regulated, flame-resistant treatments became mandatory, and the old paraffin gasoline waterproofing was banned. Exit requirements were strengthened, with clear rules about how many exits were needed based on capacity, how wide they had to be, how they had to be marked and kept clear. Crowd management became a field of serious study. How do people behave in emergencies? What makes evacuation efficient versus chaotic? How do you design spaces that can empty quickly under panic conditions? The answers came from analysing disasters like Hartford, learning from the terrible clarity of hindsight, and writing those lessons into law before the next crowd gathered in the next temporary structure. Fire safety evolved beyond just preventing ignition. The focus shifted to slowing spread, creating time for evacuation, ensuring that even if fire started, people had clear paths to safety. Sprinkler requirements expanded. Emergency lighting became standard. Exit signs had to be illuminated and visible even in smoke. Every addition to the code was written in response to someone's death. Some disaster that revealed a gap between what was required and what was necessary. The circus industry changed too. The big tops continued for decades, but they were different, smaller, made of treated canvas that resisted flame, with exits everywhere, with fire suppression systems and emergency plans that were practiced and refined. Some circuses abandoned tents altogether, moving to permanent structures or smaller venues where risk could be better controlled. The era of the massive temporary circus gradually faded, killed partly by television and changing entertainment tastes, but also by the simple fact that gathering thousands of people under treated canvas had been revealed as a gamble that could go catastrophically wrong. Hartford itself carried the memory visibly for years. The site where the circus had stood became contested ground. Some wanted a memorial there, others wanted it redeveloped. Everyone had opinions about whether it should be marked or allowed to return to ordinary use. Eventually it became a residential area, houses built over ground where people had died, the disaster fading into history that residents learned about later, if at all. But the people who were there never forgot. Survivors groups formed and maintained contact across decades. They marked anniversaries, attended memorials, shared stories that only they fully understood. The experience bonded them in ways that were both comforting and isolating. They had a community of people who knew exactly what they'd been through, but that same community was defined by shared trauma that set them apart from everyone else. Some survivors became public speakers, sharing their experiences with firefighters, safety officials, anyone who would listen. They described the smoke, the heat, the crush of bodies, the terrible choices people had to make in seconds. They weren't looking for pity. They were trying to make the disaster useful, to turn their memories into education so that future crowds might have better outcomes. The story entered public consciousness as a cautionary tale, taught in fire safety classes and cited in building code debates. The Hartford Circus fire joined a grim catalogue of disasters that had forced safety improvements: the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory, the Coconut Grove nightclub, the Iroquois Theatre. Each one represented lives lost to preventable failures. Each one led to regulations written in retrospect when they should have been written in foresight. Decades later, when other crowd disasters happened, stadium crushes, nightclub fires, festival stampedes, investigators would reference Hartford. The same patterns appeared over and over: inadequate exits, panic behaviour, materials that spread fire instead of resisting it, insufficient planning for worst-case scenarios. The lesson was always the same: crowds are powerful and vulnerable at the same time, and the responsibility for their safety has to be taken seriously before the emergency, not after. The circus fire became a story grandparents told grandchildren, part of Hartford's identity like any other historical event. But unlike celebrations or achievements, this story carried weight that never lightened. The numbers, 167 dead, more than 700 injured, remained stark and terrible, no matter how many years passed. Each number was a person, a future cut short, a family torn open, a permanent absence. The way people talked about it changed over time. In the immediate aftermath, there was rage and blame and the need for villains. Later came more nuanced understanding of how disasters are rarely simple stories of good and evil, how they're usually complicated failures involving multiple decisions and assumptions and tiny moments that cascade into catastrophe. The circus management weren't monsters, they were people operating within the normal standards of their industry, standards that proved fatally inadequate when tested. That realization was uncomfortable because it suggested that other normal standards might be equally inadequate, that disaster was always possible anywhere people gathered and trusted that someone else had handled the safety calculations correctly. It meant you couldn't just blame the circus and move on feeling secure. You had to look at every venue you entered and wonder, has someone actually thought this through? Are there enough exits? Would we get out if we needed to? The fire changed how people experienced public gatherings. There was a loss of innocence that couldn't be recovered, a permanent awareness that entertainment spaces carried risk. Parents checked exits before sitting down. People noted where fire extinguishers were located. The easy trust that had existed before Hartford, the assumption that if something was open to the public it must be safe, had been broken and couldn't be fully repaired. Some argued that this heightened awareness was valuable, that people should be conscious of their surroundings and take some responsibility for their own safety. Others felt it was a tragedy that children now grew up learning to be afraid, that the simple joy of attending a show had been complicated by the need to always have an escape plan in mind. The fire also revealed uncomfortable truths about crowd behaviour under pressure. People had pushed and crushed and climbed over each other to escape. Parents had made terrible choices about whether to search for a lost child or save the ones they were holding. Strangers had helped strangers, yes, but strangers had also ignored pleas for help in their own desperate scramble for exits. The disaster stripped away social niceties and revealed raw survival instinct, and what it revealed wasn't always noble or kind. These stories were hard to tell and harder to hear. The survivors who remembered, abandoning someone they might have helped, or prioritising their own escape over checking if others needed assistance, carried guilt that therapy and time couldn't fully dissolve. The parents who had made impossible choices lived with second-guessing that never ended. The fire had put people in situations where there were no good options, only terrible ones and slightly less terrible ones, and living with those decisions afterward was its own kind of ongoing disaster. The physical scars healed at different rates. Some burn victims recovered fully, others lived with permanent disfigurement, skin grafts and contractures, and nerve damage that meant constant pain or limited mobility. Medical technology in the 1940s could only do so much. Some injuries were managed rather than cured, leaving people to build lives around permanent limitations. The psychological scars were less visible, but no less real. Post-traumatic stress wasn't well understood at the time, didn't have a name yet, wasn't treated with the seriousness it deserved. Survivors were expected to move on, to be grateful they'd escaped, to focus on the future instead of dwelling on the past. But nightmares didn't follow that logic. Panic attacks didn't respond to positive thinking. The smell of smoke triggering flashbacks wasn't something you could reason away. Children especially struggled because they lacked the framework to process what they'd experienced. A 5-year-old who watched people die didn't have the psychological tools to integrate that into their understanding of how the world worked. Some became withdrawn, some acted out, some developed phobias or obsessive behaviours. Parents often didn't know how to help because they were processing their own trauma while trying to appear stable enough to support their children. Families fractured under the weight of it. Marriages dissolved when partners couldn't bridge the gap between their different ways of grieving or surviving. Siblings who had been at the circus together developed different relationships with the memory. One might want to talk about it constantly, while the other refused to acknowledge it at all. These differences created distance that sometimes became permanent. The community response evolved over years. Initially, there was enormous solidarity, fundraisers for victims' families, volunteer support, collective mourning. But eventually, that intensity faded, as it always does, as it has to for daily life to continue. People moved away. New residents arrived who didn't have personal connections to the fire, and the disaster became history instead of lived experience for most of Hartford. But for those who had been there, time didn't create the same distance. A lifetime later, survivors could still describe the exact seat they'd been in, the smell of the smoke, the sound of canvas tearing, the heat on their skin. The memory remained vivid and immediate in a way that other childhood memories didn't. The fire had carved itself into their neurology too deeply to fade. The cultural artifacts of the disaster accumulated over time. Books were written, documentaries produced, museum exhibits created. Each one attempted to capture what happened, to explain it to people who weren't there, to preserve the memory for future generations. The challenge was always how to communicate horror without sensationalizing it, how to honor the dead without exploiting their deaths, how to find the line between education and trauma pornography. Some survivors participated in these projects, sharing their stories because they felt a responsibility to keep the memory alive. Others refused all interviews, wanting privacy, wanting to move forward without constantly revisiting the worst day of their lives. Both responses were valid. There was no right way to carry this kind of experience. The fire marshal's final report ran hundreds of pages, documenting every aspect of the disaster in clinical detail. It became a reference text for fire safety officials, studied for what it revealed about crowd dynamics and structural failure, and the terrifying efficiency of flame when conditions are right. The report didn't assign blame in emotional terms. It simply laid out facts, timelines, chemical processes, human behaviours observed. The dry technical language somehow made it more horrifying, reducing human tragedy to data points and burn rates. Insurance companies used the Hartford fire as a case study in risk assessment. The massive payouts forced the industry to recalculate how they evaluated temporary structures and public gatherings. Premiums increased, requirements tightened. Getting insurance for a circus became significantly harder and more expensive, which contributed to the industry's decline in subsequent decades. Urban planning absorbed lessons too. The placement of public venues, the requirements for surrounding access roads, the coordination with emergency services, all of it was influenced by studying how Hartford's response had worked and where it had failed. The fact that hospitals were relatively close had saved lives. The fact that streets were wide enough for multiple emergency vehicles mattered. These weren't accidents, They were planning decisions that proved crucial when disaster struck. The legacy rippled outward in unexpected ways. A generation of Hartford residents who had been children during the fire grew up to become firefighters, safety inspectors, emergency responders. They carried the memory into their professional lives, using it as motivation to prevent similar tragedies. Some became obsessive about exit counts and capacity limits, earning reputations as sticklers or alarmists, but they didn't care. They'd seen what happened when safety was treated casually. Teachers incorporated the fire into local history curricula, not to frighten students, but to teach about community resilience and the importance of safety regulations. Field trips to the memorial site became annual traditions for some schools. Students would stand where the tent had been and try to imagine thousands of people in panic, and the exercise made safety drills feel less silly and more essential. The anniversary each year brought renewed attention, media coverage, memorial services, interviews with aging survivors. The number of people who had been there shrank steadily as decades passed. Each year, someone who had been young then was old now, their memory still sharp about that afternoon, even if other details of their life had faded. Eventually, the survivors became rare enough to be treated as precious witnesses, keepers of first-hand knowledge that would soon be lost entirely. Historians argued about how to contextualize the disaster. Was it an inevitable accident given the technology and safety standards of the time? Or was it a preventable tragedy caused by negligence and cost-cutting? The truth was probably both and neither. It was what happens when normal practices meet abnormal circumstances, when small oversights compound into catastrophe, when trust proves to have been misplaced. The fire existed in that uncomfortable space where blame is diffuse and responsibility is shared, and no single villain can be identified to carry the weight of punishment that grief demands. It was easier when disasters had clear bad actors, when someone had obviously broken rules or acted with knowing malice. Hartford was messier, a cascade of ordinary decisions that produced an extraordinary outcome, a failure of imagination about what could go wrong. That made it scarier in some ways. If the fire had been caused by obvious negligence, you could fix it by punishing that negligence and enforcing stricter compliance. But if it was caused by following normal practices that turned out to be inadequate, that suggested every normal practice might harbour similar hidden dangers. It meant you couldn't just trust that current standards were good enough. You had to constantly question and improve them based on testing and failures and near misses. The Hartford circus fire became a reference point in safety culture, invoked whenever someone argued against new regulations as unnecessary or too expensive. Remember Hartford became shorthand for small investments in safety prevent catastrophic losses. The argument didn't always win. There were still fights over every new requirement, still resistance from industries that saw safety measures as burdensome. But Hartford gave advocates a concrete example to point to. The economic impact on Hartford itself was significant. The circus never returned. Other travelling shows became wary of the city, seeing it as a place where disaster had struck and lawsuits had followed. The circus grounds fell into disuse. Local businesses that had relied on the seasonal influx of circus crowds lost that revenue stream. The city's reputation suffered in ways that were hard to quantify, but real nonetheless. But there were also people who moved to Hartford because of the fire. Drawn by jobs in the expanded fire department, or new safety inspection positions, or the social services that grew in response to the disaster. The tragedy reshaped the city's economy and demographics in ways both obvious and subtle, creating ripple effects that persisted for generations. The survivors who chose to stay in Hartford had to navigate living in a place that carried constant reminders. Streets they walked down led past the former circus site. Neighbours had connections to victims. The memorial became a landmark they couldn't avoid seeing. Some found this comforting, living among people who understood. who didn't need explanations. Others found it suffocating and moved away, needing distance from the geography of trauma. The fire entered popular culture carefully, with appropriate gravity. It appeared in films and novels, usually as background rather than subject, referenced in passing when characters discussed disaster or safety or loss. When creators did tackle it directly, they tended toward documentary realism rather than dramatic embellishment, understanding that the real story was horrifying enough without invention. Musicians wrote songs about it, usually in folk traditions where disasters are documented and mourned through verse. These songs preserve details that might otherwise be lost: the names of victims, the specific timeline, the small acts of heroism that happened in the chaos. The music made the history accessible in a different way than official reports, carrying emotional truth alongside factual information. Artists created memorials in various forms: paintings, sculptures, installations. Each one attempted to capture some aspect of the disaster: the chaos, the grief, the moment of ordinary afternoon before everything changed, the slow work of recovery afterward. The art didn't offer answers or comfort exactly, but it provided a space for contemplation, a way to sit with the weight of what had happened without words. The psychological research that grew from Hartford contributed to understanding how trauma affects communities, not just individuals. The collective experience of surviving or losing someone in a public disaster created different dynamics than private tragedies. The shared nature of it meant people couldn't isolate in their grief. They saw others carrying the same weight, which could be either comforting or compounding, depending on the person and the moment. Researchers studied how children who survived processed the experience differently, depending on their age at the time. 5-year-olds had fragmented memories dominated by sensory details. 10-year-olds could recall more narrative, but still struggled with the emotional processing. Teenagers had more complete memories, but also more complex psychological responses, sometimes developing survivor's guilt or questioning why they had escaped when others hadn't. The medical community learned from the burn treatments, the trauma responses, the long-term care needs. Hartford pushed forward understanding of how to treat mass casualties, how to triage effectively, how to support recovery over years rather than days. The patients became involuntary contributors to medical knowledge that would help future disaster victims, which was small comfort, but perhaps better than their suffering, meaning nothing. The fire raised questions about public safety that extended beyond circuses and tents. How many people should be allowed to gather in any enclosed space? What materials should be banned from use in public venues? How often should inspections happen? Who should be responsible for enforcement? These weren't theoretical questions. They had life and death implications, and Hartford provided the grim evidence for why they mattered. Policymakers grappled with balancing safety against economic concerns. Stricter regulations meant higher costs for venues and events, which could price out smaller operators or limit entertainment options for the public. But weak regulations meant accepting preventable deaths as the price of convenience. Hartford tilted that balance firmly towards safety, making it harder to argue that economic concerns should outweigh protection of human life. The legal precedents set by Hartford lawsuits influenced how liability worked for decades afterward. The question of who bore responsibility when a crowd was endangered. Venue owners, event operators, safety inspectors, government regulators got clarified through years of litigation. The answers weren't always satisfying, but they created a framework that made future cases more straightforward. The fire demonstrated how quickly a normal situation could become a mass casualty event, which changed emergency planning across the country. Fire departments drilled for scenarios involving hundreds of victims. Hospitals created surge capacity plans. Mutual aid agreements were established between neighbouring jurisdictions. Hartford showed that local resources could be overwhelmed in minutes, and that preparation for the worst case wasn't paranoia, but prudence. The religious community in Hartford wrestled with the theological implications: how to explain senseless tragedy, how to offer faith-based comfort without minimizing grief, how to help people maintain belief in a just or caring universe when faced with evidence of random catastrophic loss. Different traditions offered different frameworks, but all of them struggled with the basic unfairness of children dying at a circus. Some survivors lost their faith entirely, unable to reconcile the fire with any concept of divine protection or plan. Others deepened their faith, finding in it the only framework that could hold their grief without collapsing. Still others developed more complex relationships with religion, maintaining practice and community while abandoning certainty about the big questions. The fire tested belief systems and reshaped them, sometimes breaking them, sometimes forging them stronger. The children who lost parents in the fire faced particular challenges growing up. Some were raised by relatives, some by family friends, some entered foster care or were adopted. Each path carried its own complications. The trauma of the fire was compounded by the loss of stable family structure, by having to navigate childhood and adolescence without the parent who had died, by constant reminders of what had been taken. These children often formed bonds with each other as they aged, finding understanding among others who shared the specific experience of losing family to the Hartford fire. They created informal support networks that persisted into adulthood, checking in on anniversaries, attending memorial services together, offering the kind of support that only someone who truly understood could provide. The passage of time didn't erase the fire, but it did change how it was carried. What had been raw grief became integrated memory. What had been disabling trauma became manageable scar tissue. People built full lives despite the fire, or sometimes around it, finding careers and relationships, and meaning even while carrying permanent loss. The fire didn't define them entirely, but it was always there, a before and after marker that divided their lives into two distinct eras. The documentation of the fire, photographs, films, recordings, became historically valuable but also ethically complicated. Images of people in panic, of bodies being removed, of grief-stricken families. These were real people's worst moments, preserved and potentially exploited. Archives had to balance historical preservation against respect for the dead and traumatized. Some materials were restricted, viewable only by researchers with a legitimate need. Others were made public with appropriate warnings and context. The fire challenged Hartford's civic identity. The city wanted to be known for its industry, its history, its contributions to American life, not for a disaster. But the fire was part of the story, whether anyone wanted it to be or not. Eventually, Hartford found ways to acknowledge the tragedy while also celebrating resilience, recovery, and the positive changes that came from learning such painful lessons. The memorial evolved over decades from temporary markers to permanent installations to eventually a place of quiet reflection designed by artists and architects who understood that memorializing tragedy required subtlety and space for individual contemplation. The site became a place where people could sit with their thoughts, where the magnitude of loss was acknowledged without overwhelming visitors, where memory was preserved without sensationalism. Each year, the number of survivors who could attend memorial services dropped. Each year, the living memory became a little more fragile. There would come a time when no one alive had been there, when the fire was entirely historical rather than lived experience. The transition from memory to history happened gradually, person by person, until one day the last survivor would be gone and Hartford would exist only in documents and recordings and second-hand accounts. But the lessons remained embedded in law and practice and culture. Every fire exit sign, every sprinkler system, Every capacity limit on a venue was partly Hartford's legacy. Every fire drill that felt tedious was justified by what happened when people didn't have clear evacuation plans. Every regulation that seemed excessive to business owners was written because someone once thought older regulations were sufficient and people died proving them wrong. The Hartford Circus fire stood as a permanent answer to the question of whether safety measures were worth the cost and inconvenience. Yes, they were worth it. Obviously, terribly, undeniably worth it. The fire made that argument with a clarity that no amount of statistics or risk assessments could match. People had burned alive in a tent that could have been made safer. People had been crushed in exits that could have been wider. People had died because prevention seemed expensive until it was compared against the actual cost of disaster. As the sun set on that terrible July afternoon in 1944, and as the sun set on each anniversary afterward, Hartford held the weight of understanding how fragile safety is, how quickly ordinary becomes catastrophic, how trust in public spaces is both necessary and dangerous. The circus had been a place of joy that afternoon, until it wasn't. The tent had been shelter until it became a trap. The crowd had been an audience until it became a panicked mass fighting for survival. And when the fire was finally out, when the last victim was found, when the smoke cleared and the counting was done, Hartford was left to carry what had happened. Not as an abstract lesson about safety, but as a specific, personal, devastating loss that touched families and neighbourhoods and shaped the city's character in ways that would never fully heal. The story ended, in the historical sense, when the flames were extinguished and the investigation concluded and the lawsuit settled. But for those who were there, for those who lost someone, for those who carried burns or trauma or survivor's guilt, the fire never quite ended. It became part of them, integrated into identity, a permanent marker of before and after that shaped every moment that came next. And now, decades later, the fire exists in that strange space where lived memory meets historical record, where personal tragedy becomes public lesson, where specific suffering illuminates general truth about risk and responsibility, and the terrible efficiency of fire when all the wrong conditions align. The Hartford Circus fire remains a reminder that crowds are precious and vulnerable, that safety requires constant vigilance, and that the trust people place in public spaces is a serious responsibility that can never be taken for granted. The afternoon that began with such ordinary hope, families dressing up, buying tickets, walking toward entertainment, ended in smoke and fire and loss that rippled outward through time, touching people who weren't even born yet, shaping regulations and practices and awareness in ways both visible and invisible. The circus came to town, and Hartford learned what happens when temporary structures meet permanent consequences, when safety is assumed rather than ensured, when the gap between good enough and actually safe gets revealed in the worst possible way. And through all of it, through the investigations and the lawsuits and the regulations and the memorials and the decades of processing and integrating and trying to make meaning from meaninglessness, one truth remained constant. The people who died that afternoon deserved better. The people who survived deserved better. And the only way to honour both was to learn every possible lesson and apply them so rigorously that such a disaster could never happen again. The fire burned for less than an hour. The aftermath continues still. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain had been falling for days, the kind of Welsh rain that doesn't announce itself with drama, but settles in like a tenant who's signed a long lease. It drummed softly on slate roofs, darkened the stone walls of terraced houses, turned the roads into mirrors that reflected the grey sky back at itself. In Aberfan, this was October behaving exactly as October should, and there was comfort in that predictability, the way the seasons kept their appointments, the way morning arrived whether you were ready for it or not. By 8:30 on Friday, the 21st of October, 1966, The village was moving through its routines with the practiced efficiency of a place where people knew their roles. Mothers were buttoning coats, checking satchels, reminding children about dinner money. Fathers were already underground, or heading that way, their boots leaving prints on wet pavements that the rain erased within minutes. The valley was awake but not yet loud, operating in that early morning. Register where kettle whistles and closing doors carried further than they should, where you could hear your neighbour's radio if the wind was right. The children walked to school in clusters, some hurrying, some dawdling, all of them wearing the particular expression children wear when they're performing the act of going to school, rather than thinking about what happens once they arrive. The girls had their hair tied back against the weather. The boys carried their bags slung over one shoulder, already working on the posture they'd perfect by adolescence. They moved through streets they could navigate blindfolded, past houses where they knew which families had dogs, which gardens grew the best apples for scrumping, which windows would have a face watching for them. Pantglass Junior School sat near the base of the valley, a solid building that had educated generations of Aberfan children, turned them from 6-year-olds who couldn't yet tie their laces into 11-year-olds who thought they knew everything. The building had high windows that let in the grey light, radiators that clanked and hissed, floors that smelled of polish and chalk dust. It was a Friday, which meant the weekend was visible on the horizon, which meant the children's attention would be even harder to capture than usual, which meant the teachers would need to deploy their full arsenal of patience and minor threats. The morning assembly would have already happened, or was about to happen, that daily gathering where young voices sang hymns that most of them didn't think about, where notices were read and birthdays acknowledged, where the headmaster's voice carried the weight of gentle authority. The classrooms were filling up, desks being claimed, pencil cases being opened, with the slow deliberation of people who aren't quite ready to begin work. Some children stared out windows at the rain. Some whispered to friends. Some were already bent over books, the ones who found a particular comfort in being the first to finish, the first to know. Outside, the valley continued its morning. The Taff Valley had been shaped by industry for more than a century, its contours dictated by what could be pulled from the earth and what had to be done with what was left behind. The Merthyr Vale Colliery was the heart of local employment, the reason most families were here at all, the economic engine that kept the village alive, even as it slowly altered the landscape around it. Mining wasn't romantic work, it was hard, dark, dangerous labour that marked men's lungs and backs and hands, but it was work, and in a place like Aberfan, work was the foundation everything else was built on. Above the village, visible from almost anywhere you stood, were the spoil tips, 7 of them arranged along the mountain slope like dark punctuation marks, each one representing decades of waste material brought up from underground and dumped where it wouldn't interfere with the business of extraction. Tip number 7 was the largest and the newest, still growing, still accepting the constant flow of tailings and slurry and all the material the earth offered up that wasn't coal. It rose more than 100 feet high, a steep-sided artificial hill of mining waste that sat directly above Aberfan, held in place by nothing more than its own mass and the hope that mass would be sufficient. To the people who lived beneath it, the tip was simply there, the way mountains are there, the way weather is there. You grew up with it in your peripheral vision. You walked past it, played near it, saw it from your bedroom window. Children who were born after it started growing had never known the mountain without it. Adults who remembered when that particular slope was just a slope had watched it accumulate so gradually that each addition seemed insignificant. And insignificant additions, repeated often enough, stop registering as change. The human eye is excellent at adapting, at normalising, at deciding that what has been there for years will be there for years more. But the tip wasn't a mountain, and it wasn't stable in the way natural geology is stable. It was a pile, and piles have different physics. The waste material wasn't solid rock, but a mixture of fine particles, slag, tailings, and ash, material that could compact, that could shift, that could absorb water and change its properties entirely. When rain fell, it didn't run off the surface like it would on solid ground. It soaked in, saturated the mass, added weight, reduced friction, turned something heavy into something heavy and unstable. The tip wasn't anchored to bedrock. It wasn't engineered to resist lateral forces. It was simply stacked layer upon layer, year after year, rising higher because higher was where there was still room. Beneath tip number 7, unknown to almost everyone, was a natural spring. Water had been flowing there long before the tip existed, following paths underground that had been carved over geological time. When the tip started growing above it, the water didn't stop flowing. It couldn't stop flowing. It simply continued doing what water does, which is move downhill, finding routes through and around obstacles, always seeking lower ground. The tip sat on top of this moving water like a massive, porous sponge, and with each rainfall, with each day that passed, the conditions beneath and within that artificial hill were changing in ways that no one was measuring, no one was monitoring, no one was thinking about with any urgency. There had been concerns. There had been reports. In the bureaucratic machinery that governed such things, papers had been shuffled. Observations had been noted. Recommendations had been made with varying degrees of firmness. The tip had moved before. Small slippages, minor adjustments, the kind of thing that could be explained away as settling. In 1963, there had been a slide that everyone noticed, and afterward there had been conversations about whether the tip should continue to grow, whether its position was wise, whether the village below was being adequately protected. But conversations are not the same as action, and action costs money, and money is always in shorter supply than good intentions. The National Coal Board, which owned and operated the colliery, and therefore owned and managed the tips, was an enormous organisation with many priorities, and the tips were not at the top of that list. They were consequences, afterthoughts, the price of doing business, necessary inconveniences that had to be put somewhere. The idea that they might require the same level of engineering attention as the mine itself, that they might pose risks that needed active management rather than passive acceptance, hadn't fully penetrated the institutional consciousness. The tips were treated more like landfill than like structures, more like dumping grounds than like dams, and that categorical error would prove to be lethal. But on this particular Friday morning, as the rain continued and the children settled into their classrooms and the teachers began the day's lessons, none of that history was in anyone's foreground. The tip was just there, the way it had been there yesterday, the way it would be there tomorrow. The valley was just a valley doing valley things. The morning was just a morning, neither better nor worse than the ones that had come before it. Inside Pantglas Junior School, the day was acquiring its rhythm. Registers were being taken, attendance being marked, the administrative machinery of education clicking into gear. The youngest children, the ones in the infant classes, were working on reading and basic arithmetic, their voices forming words with the careful pronunciation of people still learning where sounds live in their mouths. The older children were deeper into their lessons, wrestling with multiplication tables or grammar rules, or the particulars of Welsh history that their teachers insisted they needed to know. The building held more than 240 children that morning, along with their teachers and staff, all of them contained within walls that were solid and reassuring, walls that had stood for years and would stand for years more, or so every reasonable assumption suggested. The school was a safe place, or it was supposed to be, a place where the dangers were skinned knees and hurt feelings, and the occasional outbreak of chicken pox, not anything that could arrive from outside with force and weight and speed. At around 9 o'clock, the exact minute lost to imprecision and the chaos that would follow, something changed on the mountain above. Tip number 7, which had been sitting in an uneasy equilibrium, reached a threshold. The rain that had been falling for days had saturated the waste material, beyond its capacity to remain cohesive. The water that had been flowing beneath it, pressed and compressed by the enormous weight above, found new paths, created new voids, undermined what little stability the tip possessed. The mass began to move. It didn't happen all at once. The initial movement was probably subtle, a shift measured in inches rather than feet, a settling that might have gone unnoticed if anyone had been standing there to notice it. But once it began, the physics took over. The material at the leading edge started to slide, and as it moved, it removed the support from the material behind it, which began to slide as well. The process accelerated, transformed from a slide into a flow, from a flow into an avalanche of semi-liquid waste travelling downhill with nothing to stop it. The sound came first. It wasn't a single sound, but a combination. A deep rumble like thunder trapped underground, a hissing rush like water under pressure, a grinding roar that didn't match anything in the valley's usual acoustic landscape. People heard it and paused, their brains momentarily confused, trying to place what they were, hearing within the catalogue of normal sounds. Thunder? But the rain was steady, not stormy. Machinery? But this was louder, closer, wrong somehow. A miner named Jim Davies was working in his garden when he heard it. He looked up at the mountain, squinting against the rain, and saw the tip moving, not settling, not slumping, moving, flowing down the slope like a slow-motion wave of black liquid. His first thought wasn't coherent, wasn't even words, just a spike of pure alarm that bypassed language entirely. He started running toward the village, toward the school, shouting warnings that were lost in the roar of the disaster that was already happening. The mass of waste, somewhere between 40,000 and 140,000 cubic yards of it, the exact amount impossible to determine because the tip had never been properly measured, travelled down the mountainside gathering speed. It followed the path of least resistance, which happened to be directly toward Aberfan, directly toward the cluster of houses and the school that sat in the valley below. The material wasn't uniform. It was a chaotic mixture of everything the mine had discarded, and as it moved, it behaved like a dense slurry, heavy enough to demolish anything in its path, but fluid enough to flow around obstacles, to fill spaces, to engulf rather than simply crush. At Pantglas Junior School, the children were in their classrooms, working, talking, existing in the particular bubble of concentration and distraction that defines a late Friday morning classroom anywhere. Some of them heard the sound and looked up, curious but not yet frightened. Some of them didn't hear it at all, too absorbed in their work or their daydreams to notice. The teachers heard it and felt the first flutter of unease, the first sense that something was wrong, but they didn't know what, didn't know where to direct their attention, didn't have time to formulate a response. The wave hit the edge of the village at tremendous speed, perhaps 20 miles per hour, which doesn't sound fast until you picture it. A wall of waste as high as a house, moving with the weight of thousands of tons behind it, incapable of being stopped by anything human scale in its path. The first houses it reached were obliterated, not damaged, not collapsed, but erased, reduced to rubble and splinters and fragments mixed into the advancing slurry. The people inside them had no warning, no time to react, no possibility of escape. The school was directly in the path. The black wave struck the building with such force that the structure couldn't resist. The roof collapsed first, driven down by the weight of the material pouring onto it. The walls followed, pushed inward by the pressure from outside. The rooms that had been full of children and teachers and the ordinary equipment of education were suddenly full of coal waste instead. A dense, suffocating mass that filled every space, that crushed and buried and smothered with indiscriminate efficiency. The children in the classrooms experienced something that the human brain isn't designed to process. One moment they were at their desks, in a room with light and air and the familiar presence of their classmates and teachers. The next moment, the world became pressure and darkness and the complete absence of reference points. There was no time for fear to fully form, no time for understanding to catch up with reality. The disaster was faster than thought, faster than reaction, faster than the survival instincts that might have told them to run or hide or protect themselves. Some children survived the initial impact, found themselves trapped in voids created by collapsed furniture, pinned by debris, but still alive, still breathing, still conscious enough to understand that something terrible had happened, even if they couldn't comprehend the scale of it. They called out for help, for their teachers, for their parents, their voices muffled by the tons of waste surrounding them. Some called for a while and then stopped. Some were unconscious from the moment of impact. Some were killed instantly. Their lives ended before their nervous systems could register what was happening. The teachers tried to protect their students, moving with the same instinct that makes parents throw themselves in front of speeding cars to push their children to safety. But there was nothing to do, nowhere to go, no action that could make a difference against that much mass moving that fast. They died alongside the children they'd been teaching, their bodies found later in positions that suggested they'd been trying to shield, to cover, to save somehow, as if love and will could have been enough against the physics of the disaster. The surrounding houses were hit with the same devastating force. Families were crushed in their living rooms, in their kitchens, in their beds if they'd been homesick that day. The waste poured through windows, broke down doors, filled rooms from floor to ceiling. People who were outside, who saw it coming, had only seconds to make decisions, and seconds are not enough. Some ran toward the school, hoping to pull children out. Some ran away, seeking higher ground. Some simply froze, their brains refusing to accept what their eyes were reporting. The slide continued for several minutes, the material spreading out as it lost momentum, covering houses and streets and gardens with a layer of black slurry that in some places was 20 feet deep. When it finally stopped, when the last of the mobile material settled into its new configuration, the village had been fundamentally altered. Where there had been a school full of children, there was now a massive mound of coal waste. Where there had been homes with families inside, there was rubble and debris barely visible beneath the black covering. The tip had emptied itself onto Aberfan, and in doing so had stopped being a problem on the mountain and become a catastrophe in the valley. The silence that followed the roar was almost worse. It was the silence of absence, of things that should have been making noise but weren't. No children's voices, no sounds of normal village life, just the rain continuing to fall, the hiss of settling debris, and then the first shouts as people began to understand what had happened and started moving toward the disaster site. The rescue efforts began immediately, organised not by officials or emergency services, but by people, miners who had been underground, parents who had been at home, neighbours who had been going about their morning routines and now found themselves running toward the school with their hands empty and their hearts pounding. They climbed onto the mound of waste and began digging with whatever they could find. Shovels grabbed from garden sheds, their bare hands pieces of broken furniture. The material was thick and heavy, clinging to everything it touched, difficult to move, because moving one shovelful didn't seem to make any difference to the mass of it. The miners knew how to dig, knew how to move earth, knew the particular skills that made underground work possible. But this wasn't underground, and this wasn't coal. This was a chaotic jumble of waste material, mixed with the remains of a school, and the bodies of children, and knowing how to dig didn't make it easier to process what they were digging for. They worked with desperate speed, calling out to encourage each other, listening for any sound that might indicate life beneath the surface, their faces and hands turning black from the slurry. Within an hour, hundreds of people were on site. Miners from the morning shift had been brought up from underground and sent directly to the school. People from neighbouring villages had heard what happened and driven or walked or run to help. The police arrived, then the fire brigade, then ambulances that quickly realised they would need more ambulances, many more, or perhaps not ambulances at all, but hearses. The rescue effort had the urgency of people who believed that speed might matter, that children might be trapped but alive, that there was still time to make a difference. And there was, for a few. The first survivor was pulled out around 11 a.m, a boy who had been trapped in a pocket of air, barely conscious but breathing. His rescue triggered a surge of hope, a collective belief that if one child had survived, others might have as well. The digging intensified, became more systematic, with lines of people passing debris backward, clearing spaces, listening, probing, refusing to accept that the mountain of waste in front of them was anything other than an obstacle between them and the children who must still be alive underneath. More children were found alive. 8 in total were pulled from the wreckage with pulses, with breath, with the miraculous resilience that sometimes allows the young to survive what would kill adults. Each rescue was celebrated with tears and shouts and a momentary lifting of the grief that was already beginning to settle over the site like fog. But 8 wasn't enough. 8 was wonderful and terrible at the same time, because it meant survival was possible, but also that it was rare. And with every hour that passed, the likelihood of finding more survivors decreased. The digging continued through the day and into the night. Floodlights were brought in, powered by generators, casting harsh white light over the scene and creating shadows that made the work even more surreal. The rain kept falling, turning the rescue site into a slick, treacherous landscape, where footing was uncertain and every step risked disturbing the unstable debris. People worked until they couldn't lift their arms, then rested for a few minutes and returned to work. The initial wave of adrenaline gave way to exhaustion, but the exhaustion didn't slow them down. They kept digging because stopping meant accepting what they weren't ready to accept. The bodies, when they were found, were often so covered in slurry that identification was impossible on site. Children were laid out in rows as they were recovered, their faces cleaned gently by volunteers who performed this awful task with as much dignity as they could muster. Parents who had been waiting for news, hoping against hope, were brought to identify their children, a process that involved looking at faces rendered unfamiliar by death and dirt, searching for the particular curve of a nose or the shape of an ear that would confirm what they already knew but hadn't wanted to believe. The mathematics of the disaster were becoming clear. The school had held more than 240 people. The 8 children pulled out alive were the only ones who would be pulled out alive. The rest, 116 children and 28 adults, were dead, killed in moments by a disaster that had been preventable, that should have been prevented, that existed only because decisions had been made or not made by people who would never face the consequences of those choices the way Aberfan was facing them now. By Saturday, the focus had shifted from rescue to recovery. The bodies needed to be extracted, identified, returned to their families. The site needed to be cleared, made safe, documented for the inquiries that everyone knew were coming. The work was slower now, more careful, marked by a different kind of determination. This wasn't about saving lives anymore. It was about bearing witness, about refusing to let the mountain keep what it had taken, about performing the basic human duty of bringing the dead home. The village was no longer just a village. It had become a national tragedy, a news story that dominated headlines across Britain and beyond. Journalists arrived with cameras and notebooks. Politicians came to be seen offering condolences. The Prince of Wales visited and spoke with survivors and rescue workers and families who had lost children. The attention was both necessary and intrusive, both validating and overwhelming. Aberfan wanted the world to know what had happened, but it also wanted to be left alone to grieve, and there was no way to have both. The funerals began. Some families buried their children individually, private services held in small chapels with only close family present. Others participated in mass funerals, overwhelming gatherings where coffins were lined up in rows, where the hymns couldn't quite cover the sound of sobbing, where the sheer number of the dead made abstract grief into something physical and crushing. The village cemetery filled with graves, so many of them small, so many of them for children who should have had decades more life ahead of them. The public responded with an outpouring of sympathy and financial support. Donations poured in from across the country and around the world, money intended to help the village recover, to provide for the families who had lost breadwinners, to rebuild what had been destroyed. The Aberfan Disaster Fund collected enormous sums, though what the village needed wasn't money, but time travel, wasn't sympathy, but reversal, wasn't aid, but the impossible return of their children to life. And alongside the grief and the recovery efforts came the questions. How had this happened? Why had a massive unstable tip been allowed to sit above a populated area? Who had known about the risks, and what had they done, or failed to do, about them? The National Coal Board, when asked, offered explanations that sounded more like excuses. The tip had been managed according to standard practices, the risk had been judged acceptable, the disaster was a terrible accident, a confluence of unfortunate circumstances, not something that could have been predicted or prevented. But the evidence suggested otherwise. Documents emerged showing that concerns had been raised about tip number 7 years before the disaster. Engineers had noted its instability, local officials had worried about its position above the village. The tip had moved before, had shown clear signs that it was not a stable structure. But the warnings had been noted and then ignored, filed away, allowed to sit in bureaucratic limbo, while the tip kept growing and the village kept living beneath it, unaware that the danger was both known and unaddressed. A tribunal was established to investigate the disaster, led by Lord Justice Edmund Davies. The inquiry heard testimony from National Coal Board officials, from engineers, from villagers, from anyone who had relevant knowledge about the tips and their management. The evidence painted a damning picture. The tip had been built on a spring, which was exactly the wrong place to put thousands of tons of loose material. The Coal Board had been aware of this. They had been aware that water was undermining the tip. They had been aware that it had moved before, and they had done nothing sufficient to address these problems. The tribunal's report, published in 1967, was unsparing in its conclusions. It found the National Coal Board entirely responsible for the disaster, a consequence of their bungling ineptitude and failure to properly manage the tips. It found that the disaster could and should have been prevented. It found that the village had been failed by the very institution that employed most of its residents, that the Coal Board had prioritised convenience and economy over safety, and that the price of this failure had been paid in the lives of children. But finding fault didn't bring anyone back. The tribunal's conclusions were important for the historical record, for establishing truth, for providing a foundation for future policy. But they didn't undo what had happened. They didn't make the families whole. They didn't return the morning of October 21st to the realm of ordinary Fridays that lead to ordinary weekends, and then back to ordinary weeks. The policy changes that followed were significant. The Mines and Quarries Tips Act of 1969 established a regulatory framework for managing mining waste, requiring proper engineering assessments, regular inspections, and accountability for tip safety. Before Aberfan, there had been no specific legal requirements governing spoil tips at all. They existed in a regulatory void, managed by custom and convenience rather than by enforceable standards. After Aberfan, that void was filled, at least on paper. The remaining tips around Aberfan were eventually removed, a massive undertaking that took years and cost millions of pounds. The material was relocated to safer areas. The mountainside was regraded and revegetated. The physical threat was eliminated. But removing the tips couldn't remove the memory of what they had done, couldn't erase the absence that shaped every family gathering, every school assembly, every ordinary moment when a parent automatically counted children who weren't there. The village tried to rebuild, to move forward, to find some way of living with what had happened. Pantglass Junior School was gone, buried and destroyed beyond recovery. A new school was built in a different location, on ground that had never held a tip and never would. The children who survived the disaster, along with those who had been elsewhere that morning, eventually returned to their education, carrying with them the knowledge of what school had cost their classmates. The survivors, those 8 children who had been pulled from the wreckage alive, faced their own complex journeys. They carried the physical scars of their injuries and the psychological scars of having been buried alive, of having survived when so many hadn't. Some thrived despite their trauma, building lives that honoured both their survival and the memory of those who died. Others struggled, weighed down by survivors' guilt and the impossible question of why they had lived when the child sitting next to them had not. The parents who lost children faced different but equally complex grief. Some found ways to channel their pain into advocacy, working to ensure that mining regulations were enforced, that other communities wouldn't face what Aberfan had faced. Some found comfort in faith, in the belief that their children were in a better place, that there was meaning in the suffering, even if that meaning wasn't accessible to human understanding. Some were broken by the loss, their lives fundamentally divided into before and after, never able to fully return to the business of living. The village itself carried the weight of collective trauma, a shared understanding that couldn't be expressed in words but that shaped every interaction, every decision, every moment of silence. The people who had dug through the wreckage, who had seen things no one should see, who had held dead children in their arms, they carried those images for the rest of their lives. The community learned to support each other in their grief, while also giving each other space to grieve differently, to heal at different rates, to find whatever peace was available to them individually. Aberfan became more than a place. It became a symbol, a reference point, a shorthand for preventable disaster and institutional failure. When people spoke about corporate negligence, about the cost of cutting corners, about what happens when those in power fail to protect those in their care, Aberfan was the example that came to mind. The village didn't ask for this symbolic status, didn't want to be a cautionary tale, but the role was assigned by history and couldn't be refused. The memorial garden that was eventually established on the site of the school tried to offer a place for contemplation, for remembering, for acknowledging what had been lost. The graves in the cemetery, so many of them marked with dates of death that were all the same, stood as physical evidence of the disaster's scale. But the real memorial was in the lives that continued, in the children who grew up knowing about the 116 who didn't, in the way the village refused to forget, while also refusing to be only about that one terrible day. Time passed, as time does, with its relentless forward motion that cares nothing for human grief or human need for pause. The years since 1966 accumulated, 10, 20, 30, approaching 60, and with each passing decade, the disaster moved further into history while remaining completely present for those who lived through it. The children who survived aged into adults, then into middle age, then into older age, carrying their memories with them. The parents who lost children aged too, their grief not lessening but changing shape, becoming something they learned to live alongside rather than something that consumed them entirely. The village changed in other ways as well. The coal industry that had defined it for generations went into decline, the mines closing one by one as economics and policy shifted away from coal. The Merthyr Vale colliery, which had employed most of Aberfan's men, closed in 1989, ending more than a century of mining in the area. The village had to find new economic foundations, new reasons for existing beyond serving the needs of extraction. Some people left, seeking work elsewhere. Others stayed, committed to the place despite, or perhaps because of its history. But what happened on that October morning in 1966 never really left. It couldn't leave. It was woven into the fabric of the place, into the stories families told, into the silences that fell when certain topics came up, into the way people looked at the mountain where the tips used to be. The disaster had changed Aberfan's relationship with the landscape, had made it impossible to see the valley as just a valley, the mountain as just a mountain. Every view was overlaid with memory. Every rainy day carried echoes of that rainy day. The lessons of Aberfan, the official ones, were incorporated into policy and practice. Mining waste management became a regulated activity with clear standards and accountability. Other countries examined their own spoil tips with new urgency, recognising that if it could happen in Wales, it could happen anywhere, that mining waste was stored above populated areas. The disaster contributed to a broader awakening about industrial safety, about the need for proper regulation, about the fact that leaving corporations to police themselves inevitably led to corners being cut and risks being accepted that shouldn't have been accepted. But there were other lessons too, quieter ones, about the nature of normalcy and risk. The villagers of Aberfan had lived beneath those tips for years, had adapted to their presence so completely that they stopped seeing them as dangerous. This wasn't foolishness, it was human nature. People are extraordinarily good at adjusting to their circumstances, at deciding that what has been safe until now will continue to be safe. The alternative, living in constant fear of every potential danger, is psychologically unsustainable. But that adaptive capacity has a cost, because sometimes the thing you've learned to ignore really is dangerous, and your adaptation doesn't make it less so. The disaster also revealed something about institutional responsibility and the gap between knowing and acting. The National Coal Board had information about the tip's instability. They had reports, they had concerns raised by their own staff, they had evidence that the situation needed attention. But information alone doesn't create change. It has to be acted on, prioritised, funded, implemented. And institutions are very good at finding reasons not to act, at deferring decisions, at waiting for more information or better timing or additional budget. The gap between knowing a risk exists and actually addressing it can be measured in paperwork and meetings and fiscal years, and sometimes that gap becomes a grave. The families who lost children never got satisfactory answers to the question that mattered most to them. Why? Not why in the technical sense. The tribunal had explained the mechanics of the disaster in detail, but why in the deeper sense? Why their children? Why that day? Why a preventable disaster hadn't been prevented? The answers they received, institutional ineptitude, bureaucratic failure, economic prioritization over safety, were true, but not sufficient. They explained what happened without justifying it, documented the failure without resolving the fundamental injustice of children dying because adults couldn't be bothered to properly manage a pile of waste. The Aberfan Disaster Fund, which had collected more than $1.75 million in donations from around the world, became its own complicated story. The money was intended to help the community recover, but determining how to distribute it fairly proved contentious. Some went to families who had lost children, some funded community facilities, some was used to remove the remaining tips, though this decision was controversial because many felt that the coal board should have paid for that work themselves. The fund became a source of both aid and argument, another arena where good intentions collided with the messy reality of trying to quantify loss and distribute compensation. In the decades after the disaster, researchers and psychologists studied the long-term effects of traumatic events on communities. Aberfan became a case study in collective grief, in how trauma echoes through generations, in the particular challenges of recovering from a disaster that was both sudden and preventable. The studies found what anyone who had spent time in the village could have told them, that the effects of trauma don't follow a neat timeline, that healing isn't linear, that communities can be resilient while also being permanently changed. The children who were at the school but survived, who escaped or were pulled from the rubble, carried particular burdens. They experienced survivor's guilt, post-traumatic stress, nightmares, hypervigilance, all the psychological aftershocks of catastrophic trauma. Some received counselling, though mental health support in the 1960s was far less sophisticated than it would become. Many simply lived with their memories, processing them as best they could, learning to function around the gaps in their sense of safety and normalcy. The teachers who survived faced similar challenges. They had been responsible for their students, and even though there was nothing they could have done to prevent the disaster or protect their charges from it, the sense of having failed in their duty to keep children safe was overwhelming for some. They knew intellectually that they were not at fault. But knowing and feeling are different operations, and feelings don't always respect logical boundaries. The rescue workers, particularly the miners who had dug through the waste looking for survivors, developed their own trauma responses. They had seen things in those hours and days that couldn't be unseen, had touched and held and moved bodies, had hoped and then had those hopes crushed repeatedly. Many struggled with nightmares, with intrusive memories, with the way ordinary things, the sight of coal, the smell of damp earth, the sound of rain, could trigger overwhelming emotional responses. The village developed rituals of remembrance, ways of marking the anniversary each year without letting it consume the entire community. There were memorial services, moments of silence, gatherings at the cemetery. The rituals served multiple purposes: honouring the dead, supporting the bereaved, ensuring the disaster wasn't forgotten, and also providing a contained space for grief so that the other 364 days could be devoted to living rather than mourning. The relationship between Aberfan and the National Coal Board remained complicated. The board was the source of employment for many families, the economic foundation of the community, but it was also responsible for the disaster that had killed their children. Some miners continued working for the organisation that had failed their village so catastrophically because they needed jobs, and the colliery was the only major employer in the area. The cognitive dissonance was real but not unique. People have always found ways to maintain relationships with institutions that have harmed them when survival requires it. Over time, the broader public's attention moved on to other disasters, other tragedies, other urgent concerns. This is natural and inevitable. Human attention is finite, and there's always something new demanding focus. But for Aberfan, the disaster remained central. Not because the village chose to dwell in the past, but because the past had fundamentally shaped the present. You can't lose more than 100 children and then simply move on as if it hadn't happened. The loss becomes part of the community's DNA, part of how it understands itself and its relationship to the world. The physical landscape changed. The tips were removed. The mountain was restored to something resembling its pre-industrial state. The immediate visual reminder of the disaster was eliminated, but the mental landscape remained marked. People who had been children when it happened grew up and had children of their own, and they found themselves unable to take their children's safety for granted, unable to relax into the assumption that the world was a safe place where bad things didn't happen to good people who were just trying to live their lives. The disaster also lived on in culture, in literature, and song and documentary. Aberfan became a reference point, a touchstone, a way of talking about preventable tragedy and institutional failure. Artists and writers tried to capture what had happened, to find words and images adequate to the scale of loss, though most acknowledged that the task was impossible. How do you represent the ending of 116 young lives? How do you convey the weight of grief that settles on a place and never fully lifts? For visitors to Aberfan, particularly those who came to pay respects or learn about the disaster, the village could seem defined entirely by that one day. But for the people who lived there, who raised families and went to work and experienced joy and frustration and boredom and love, the village was more than the disaster. It was home. It was a place where life continued, where babies were born and couples married and gardens grew and ordinary time passed. The disaster was part of the story, but not the only story, even though it was the story the outside world wanted to hear. The survivors aged into older adulthood and eventually began to pass away from natural causes. Each death was noted, mourned, marked as the loss of someone who carried direct memory of the disaster. There was an awareness that, eventually, all the people who remembered that day firsthand would be gone, and the disaster would exist only in historical, record and collective memory rather than in living experience. This transition was both natural and melancholic, a recognition that time does what it does, moving everyone and everything further from the events of the past, but also that something important gets lost when direct memory becomes historical account. The question of how to remember Aberfan responsibly became more pressing as the years passed. Too much focus on the disaster risked reducing the village to a tragedy, to a place defined only by loss. Too little risked allowing the lessons to fade, the institutional failures to be forgotten, the preventable nature of the disaster to be obscured by time. The balance was difficult to strike, and different people had different views on where it should be set. The younger generations, those born after the disaster, had their own complex relationships with Aberfan's history. They grew up knowing the story, learning about it in school, hearing it from family members, seeing the memorials in the cemetery. But it wasn't their lived experience, it was inherited history, important but at one remove. Some felt burdened by it, by the expectation that they should carry forward the memory and the grief. Others felt connected to it in ways that gave them a sense of identity and purpose. All of them had to navigate what it meant to be from Aberfan, to carry that identity in a world where the name itself evoked immediate associations with disaster. The disaster raised questions that extended beyond Aberfan itself. What is the acceptable level of risk in industrial activity? Who gets to decide what risks are acceptable? And who bears the consequences when those calculations prove wrong? How do you balance economic priorities against safety concerns? How much regulation is necessary to prevent corporate negligence? And how much is excessive interference in business? These questions didn't have simple answers, and the debates they generated continued long after the specific circumstances of Aberfan had been addressed. There was also the question of what counts as justice. The tribunal had found the National Coal Board responsible. New regulations had been implemented. The tips had been removed. But none of this brought the children back, and none of it felt to many families like adequate recompense for their loss. Justice in cases of mass tragedy is always imperfect, always insufficient to the scale of the harm. Knowing who was at fault doesn't undo the fault's consequences. Implementing reforms doesn't reverse the damage. The families were left with a situation where they had answers and accountability, but not the thing they actually wanted, which was impossible: their children's lives back. The village's relationship with outside attention remained complicated. Media coverage of anniversaries, particularly the major ones, brought reporters and cameras back to Aberfan, asking families to relive their grief for public consumption. Some people participated, believing it was important to keep the story alive, to prevent similar disasters elsewhere. Others withdrew, exhausted by being asked to perform their trauma, wanting privacy and the space to remember without an audience. The memorial garden on the site of the old school became a place of pilgrimage for some, a site where people from elsewhere could come to pay respects, to leave flowers, to contemplate the disaster and its lessons. The garden was maintained carefully, a green space that offered peace and reflection, marked by memorials that named the dead and acknowledged their loss. But it was also, inevitably, a tourist site of sorts, and there was tension between honouring the dead and managing the curiosity of the living. The economic changes that followed the decline of coal mining transformed Aberfan in ways both related to and separate from the disaster. The village had to reinvent itself, to find new reasons for existing beyond serving the mines. Some adaptation was successful. New businesses opened, people found different kinds of work. The community proved more resilient than some had predicted. But the transition was difficult, marked by unemployment and uncertainty, and the loss of the industrial identity that had defined the valley for generations. The environmental legacy of mining also persisted. Even with the tips removed, the land bore the marks of more than a century of extraction. Water quality, soil composition, the very shape of the landscape, all had been altered by industrial activity. The disaster was the most dramatic consequence of that activity, but it wasn't the only one. The valley's relationship with mining was complex, containing both economic survival and environmental degradation, both community identity and catastrophic loss. For the children who grew up in Aberfan after the disaster, the story was part of the air they breathed. They attended the new school, played in parks that had been built in memory of the dead, walked past the cemetery where so many small graves testified to what had happened. The disaster wasn't abstract history, it was woven into the physical and social landscape of their childhood. They learned early that safety is not guaranteed, that institutions can fail, that terrible things can happen to ordinary people in ordinary places. The mental health impacts of the disaster extended across generations. The parents who lost children passed their trauma to their surviving children, their grandchildren, not intentionally, but inevitably. Trauma has a way of echoing through families, affecting parenting styles, relationship patterns, worldviews. The second and third generations after Aberfan carried the weight of what had happened, even if they hadn't experienced it directly, shaped by the grief and fear and vigilance of those who raised them. The disaster also affected how the village thought about risk and authority. There was less automatic trust in official assurances, less willingness to accept that experts and institutions would prioritise public safety over convenience and profit. This scepticism was earned, justified by experience, but it also made it harder for the community to accept new development or industrial activity, creating tensions between economic need and traumatised caution. The way the disaster was taught in schools, both in Aberfan and elsewhere, evolved over time. Initially, it was treated primarily as a historical event, a tragic accident that led to important reforms. But as understanding of trauma and its impacts grew, there was increasing recognition that teaching about Aberfan required sensitivity, that for some students it wasn't history but family story, that the disaster's lessons were both practical and existential. The village also had to navigate the commodification of its tragedy. Books were written, documentaries were made. The disaster became source material for artists and writers who had no personal connection to Aberfan. Some of this attention was respectful and useful, contributing to public understanding and preventing similar disasters. Some felt exploitative, treating the village's grief as raw material for entertainment or career advancement. The community had little control over how its story was told by others, adding another layer of powerlessness to the original trauma. As the 50th anniversary approached in 2016, there was renewed media attention and public interest. The anniversary was marked with major memorial services, new documentaries, extensive press coverage. For some in Aberfan, this was an opportunity to ensure the disaster wasn't forgotten, to educate new generations about what had happened and why. For others, it was exhausting, a forced return to the worst day of their lives, for the benefit of people who would soon move on to other concerns, while the village remained shaped by its loss. The physical memorials, the garden, the graves, the plaques and monuments required ongoing maintenance and care. This work was done by volunteers and community organisations, people committed to preserving the memory of the disaster and honouring the dead. The maintenance was both practical and symbolic, a way of saying that the community would not allow the disaster to be forgotten, that the 116 children would be remembered and valued and mourned for as long as Aberfan existed. The disaster also lived on in small personal ways. Families kept photographs of the children who died, maintained their graves, spoke their names aloud so they wouldn't be forgotten. Some parents kept their children's rooms unchanged for years, preserving them as shrines to lives cut short. Others found this too painful and cleared them out, creating space for grief to exist without the constant physical reminder of absence. The relationships between families who lost children and those who didn't, or who lost children and had others survive, or who had children elsewhere that day, these relationships were complicated by differential grief and survivor's guilt, and the impossible math of comparing losses. But mostly, the community supported each other, recognizing that grief takes many forms, and that judging how others grieve is neither helpful nor fair. The village's relationship with rain changed permanently. What had been simply weather became a trigger, a reminder, a source of anxiety. Heavy rain meant checking the mountain, even though the tips were gone. It meant thinking about that morning in 1966, about how ordinary rain had contributed to extraordinary disaster. Some people never fully relaxed during rainstorms, couldn't help but feel a residual anxiety that no amount of rational thought could entirely dispel. The miners who had worked for the National Coal Board, who had dug the coal that created the waste that formed the tip, carried their own form of guilt. They knew intellectually that they weren't responsible, that they had been doing their jobs, that the disaster was caused by management failures, not workers' actions. But knowing didn't always help with feeling. Some wondered if they should have refused to add to the tips, should have insisted on better management, should have done something different. The answer was that individual workers had no power to change institutional practices, but guilt doesn't always respect reasonable boundaries. The disaster influenced how other mining communities thought about their own situations, how they looked at the tips above their villages, how much trust they placed in assurances that everything was safe. Aberfan became a cautionary tale, evidence that industrial activity carried risks that weren't always adequately managed, that living in the shadow of extraction meant living with dangers that might not announce themselves until it was too late. The legal and regulatory changes that followed the disaster were significant but not comprehensive. The 1969 Act addressed spoil tips specifically, but it didn't solve the broader problem of industrial self-regulation or the tendency of institutions to prioritise short-term economics over long-term safety. The same patterns that led to Aberfan, deferred maintenance, ignored warnings, normalised risk, continued in other industries, leading to other disasters that could have been prevented if the lessons of Aberfan had been more broadly applied. The international attention the disaster received put it into a global context of industrial accidents and their prevention. Aberfan was compared to other catastrophes, dam failures, mine collapses, chemical explosions, all of which shared common elements of preventable disaster, institutional failure, and communities paying the price for others' negligence. The village found itself part of an unwanted club, connected to places around the world that had experienced similar tragedies. For the survivors who left Aberfan, who moved away to start fresh elsewhere, the disaster remained a defining part of their identity, even in new places. They carried it with them, a piece of history that shaped how they saw the world, how they assessed risk, how they valued safety and life. Some found that leaving helped, distance provided perspective, and relief from constant reminders. Others found that geography couldn't outrun memory, that the disaster lived in them regardless of where they physically resided. The village's population declined in the decades after the disaster and the closure of the mines. Younger people left for education and employment opportunities elsewhere. Families who had lost children sometimes chose to relocate, unable to continue living in a place where every street corner held memories of what they'd lost. The demographic shift changed the community's character, but didn't eliminate its essential identity as the place where the disaster happened. The Welsh identity and language of Aberfan added another dimension to the disaster's meaning. This was a Welsh village, part of a distinct cultural and linguistic community, and the disaster affected how that community saw itself and was seen by others. The fact that it happened in Wales to Welsh children in a Welsh-speaking valley mattered to how it was remembered and commemorated, how it fit into national narratives about industrial history, labour, sacrifice and loss. The role of photography and visual documentation in shaping public understanding of the disaster was significant. The images of the rescue effort, of the waste covering the school, of the graves in the cemetery became iconic representations of industrial disaster and its human cost. These images circulated widely, became part of the historical record, shaped how people who weren't there understood what had happened. But for those who were there, the photographs could never capture the full reality, the sounds, the smells, the feeling of the slurry, the weight of bodies, the particular quality of the silence. As the people who had lost children aged, some found that their grief changed shape without diminishing. The acute pain of the early years transformed into something more like a constant background ache, present but not paralysing, incorporated into their sense of self, rather than overwhelming it. They learned to speak about their lost children without breaking down, to remember them with smiles as well as tears, to hold both the joy of having had them and the sorrow of losing them simultaneously. The question of forgiveness arose for some families. Could they forgive the National Coal Board? Could they forgive the individuals who had made or failed to make decisions that might have prevented the disaster? For some, forgiveness was necessary for their own peace. For others, it felt like betraying the dead, like suggesting that what happened was acceptable when it absolutely wasn't. There was no consensus, no right answer, only different paths through grief. The children who had been very young when the disaster happened, too young to remember it clearly, grew up with second-hand memory, with family stories and photographs, and the knowledge of siblings they'd never known or barely known. Their relationship to the disaster was different from those who remembered it directly, filtered through others' accounts, but still significant, still shaping their understanding of family and loss and the fragility of safety. The village's relationship with Wales and with Britain more broadly was affected by the disaster. There was a sense that Aberfan had been failed not just by the National Coal Board, but by a broader system that undervalued Welsh mining communities, that treated them as expendable in service of national economic interests. The disaster became part of narratives about Wales's exploitation, about the costs of industrialisation borne disproportionately by working-class communities. The memorial services that marked each anniversary served as both commemoration and community gathering, bringing together people who shared an understanding that those who hadn't experienced the disaster couldn't fully grasp. These gatherings reinforced bonds, provided mutual support, allowed for collective expression of grief that was difficult to communicate in everyday contexts. The way children played in Aberfan changed after the disaster. There was more supervision, more anxiety about safety, less freedom to wander unsupervised. This was partly rational response to trauma, partly overcompensation for a tragedy that couldn't be prevented by parental vigilance. The shift affected how children experienced childhood in the village, adding layers of protection that were also layers of fear. The disaster's impact on faith varied among survivors and families. Some found comfort in religious belief, in the idea that their children were in heaven, that there was meaning beyond human understanding. Others lost faith entirely, unable to reconcile a benevolent deity with the death of innocence. Still others maintained complicated relationships with religion, finding community and ritual valuable, even if certain theological claims rang hollow after such loss. As the last survivors of the disaster reached old age, There was awareness that direct memory would soon pass. Historical societies and archives worked to collect testimonies, to preserve first-hand accounts before they were lost. This work was important for historical record, but also painful for those asked to remember, to speak about experiences they had spent decades trying to process and integrate. The story of Aberfan is ultimately about the gap between the world as it should be and the world as it is, about what happens when systems fail and communities pay the price, about grief that doesn't end but does change, about resilience that coexists with permanent damage. It's about 116 children who went to school on an ordinary Friday morning and never came home, about parents who had to bury their children, about a village that lost a generation. It's about preventable disaster and the insufficiency of justice, about memory and forgetting, about how we learn from tragedy and how we fail to learn. It's about rain and coal waste and mountains and the ways landscape can betray the people who live within it. It's about the morning that divided Aberfan into before and after, and about all the days that followed, carrying the weight of that morning forward into an altered future that nevertheless had to be lived. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The night is still, and you're safe. What follows is a story from another time, told gently, with care for those who lived it. This is about the Peshtigo fire of 1871, a real event, a true tragedy, handled here without sensational detail. While the world watched Chicago burn, another fire moved through the forests of northeastern Wisconsin, and what happened there would be harder to measure, harder to count, harder even to remember, because so many names and so many records disappeared with the flames. Peshtigo in 1871 is a town built quickly, the way lumber towns are built, when timber is money and railroads need ties and cities need boards. It sits in northeastern Wisconsin, tucked between the Peshtigo River and dense stands of white pine. The town exists because of the forest. The forest provides logs, and the logs become lumber, and the lumber feeds the sawmills, and the sawmills employ the men, and the men build the houses and shops and churches that make a town real. Everything connects. The streets are rough cut and dusty. The buildings are wood. Almost everything is wood. Workers' boarding houses stand near the mills. Small shops sell flour and nails and kerosene. Families live close to where the fathers work, close to where the trees fall, close to where the saws scream through the day. The rhythm of life in Peshtigo follows the rhythm of logging. Men wake before dawn, eat quickly, walk to the mill or into the forest with axes and saws. Women tend homes, gardens, laundry, children. The railroad brings supplies and takes lumber away. Church on Sunday, wages on Saturday. The town hums with the sound of work, the smell of fresh-cut pine, the creak of wagons on dirt roads. And everywhere, surrounding everything, is the forest, vast, dense, and in 1871, extraordinarily dry. The forest is not just backdrop. It is employer, provider, and neighbour all at once. The white pines grow tall and straight, their trunks thick enough that two men with arms spread cannot encircle them. Between the pines grow cedar, hemlock, birch, and maple. The understory is thick with brush, ferns, fallen branches, decades of needles layering the ground. In a normal year, this forest floor stays damp. Moss grows, mushrooms push up through the decay, small streams trickle through low spots, feeding the larger creeks that eventually reach the river. The forest breathes moisture. It holds water like a sponge. It resists fire the way healthy skin resists infection. But 1871 is not a normal year. The summer of 1871 is hot, and the rain doesn't come. Week after week the skies stay clear. The ground hardens. Creeks slow to trickles, then to damp beds, then to nothing. Leaves curl and brown early. The forest floor, usually damp with moss and rotting needles, becomes brittle and dusty. Walking through the woods raises small clouds of powder. Branches snap underfoot with sharp cracks instead of soft bends. The air smells different, less like growth and dampness, more like paper and tinder, And then there's the slash, the logging debris left behind after cutting. When loggers take down a tree, they leave branches, bark, scraps, sawdust. All of it piles up in heaps and tangles, drying in the sun, waiting. Peshtigo is surrounded by this kind of debris. So are the farms, so are the rail lines. In some places, the slash piles are taller than a man, sprawling across acres. The loggers move on to new sections of forest, and the debris stays behind, aging, drying, becoming lighter and more combustible with each passing week. It's normal. It's part of the work. No one thinks much about it because it's always been there. Logging creates waste. Waste gets left behind. Eventually it rots or gets burned in controlled fires or just becomes part of the landscape. It's not viewed as dangerous. It's viewed as inevitable. Controlled burns are common too. Farmers clear fields by setting small fires in the early spring or late fall, burning away brush and stubble to prepare the ground for planting. Railroad crews burn vegetation along the tracks to keep the line visible and prevent sparks from spreading into deeper brush. It's a tool, like an axe or a plough. Fire is manageable, fire is useful, and because small fires are frequent, people grow accustomed to the smell of smoke, the haze in the distance, the occasional ember drifting on the breeze. Fire becomes part of the landscape, like the trees themselves. When you see smoke on the horizon, you note it, maybe mention it to a neighbour, and then you go back to work. The mind gets used to danger when danger doesn't strike. The mind learns to filter out warnings that don't lead to consequences. And for years, the warnings haven't led to consequences. The small fires burn themselves out. The controlled burns stay controlled. The slash piles smoulder and extinguish. Fire remains a servant, not a master. By early October, the dryness has lasted for months. The air is warm for the season, unseasonably warm. The kind of warmth that feels wrong when the leaves should be turning and the night should be cooling. Roads kick up clouds of dust when wagons pass. Wells run lower than usual, and families ration water, saving it for drinking and cooking, letting the laundry wait another day. People talk about the drought the way people talk about weather. Something inconvenient, something to endure, something that will eventually change. No one in Peshtigo thinks of the forest as a single continuous fuel source. No one imagines that all those separate patches of slash, all those isolated brush fires, all those miles of dry timber could combine into something unrecognizable. The human mind categorizes threats based on experience, and experience says that fires stay local, fires burn out, fires can be managed. The town itself has routines that feel permanent. There's the boarding house run by Mrs. Towsley, a woman in her 50s who keeps a clean kitchen and doesn't tolerate drinking or gambling. She feeds 20 men most nights, loggers and mill workers who eat quickly and quietly, too tired for much conversation. They sleep in narrow bunks, 2 to a room, and wake to the sound of her bell at 5 in the morning. There's the general store run by Mr. Stevenson, where you can buy flour and sugar and tobacco and nails. He extends credit to families he knows, writing careful figures in a ledger, trusting that wages will come and debts will be settled. His store smells like coffee and wood shavings and the faint sweetness of molasses. There's the schoolhouse, a single room where Miss Abigail Bell teaches children aged 5 to 14. She's young, just 22, from a town downstate, and she came to Peshtigo because teaching positions are hard to find and the pay here is decent. She boards with a family near the church and walks to the schoolhouse each morning, carrying books and slates and a small bell to call the children in from recess. There's the church, a modest wooden structure with a simple cross above the door and benches inside that the congregation built themselves. Reverend Pernin leads services on Sunday mornings and Wednesday evenings. He's a Catholic priest, soft-spoken, attentive, known for visiting families when someone is sick or struggling. He keeps a small residence behind the church and tends a vegetable garden that usually produces more than he can eat, so he shares with families who need it. These are the textures of life in Peshtigo. Small, ordinary, woven together by proximity and necessity. People know each other. People depend on each other. When someone falls sick, neighbours help. When someone needs a barn raised or a well dug, men gather and work. The town is not perfect. There are tensions, grievances, disputes over wages or property lines, but it functions. It feels solid. It feels like it will continue. Sunday, October 8th, 1871, begins like most Sundays. The day feels ordinary. The sky's clear, the air warm, the lights soft and golden the way October light can be. A mill worker named John Mullen wakes in his boarding house room, stretches, thinks about the week ahead. He's got wages coming. He's thinking about sending money home to his mother in Michigan. Maybe buying a new pair of boots because the ones he has are worn through at the heels. He's 24 years old, strong from years of physical labour, and he's saving money with the vague plan of starting his own business someday, though he hasn't decided what kind. A mother named Sarah Tisdale lays out ingredients for supper in her small house near the river. Potatoes from the root cellar, a bit of salt pork, flour for bread. She's planning to take her 2 children to evening services if the weather holds. Her husband, Thomas, works at the mill and won't be home until after dark, but she'll save him a plate. Her daughter Emma is 7 and her son, William, is 4. Emma helps with small tasks, setting the table, fetching water, and William mostly gets in the way, but Sarah doesn't mind. The house is small, but it's theirs, built by Thomas with help from other mill workers, and she takes pride in keeping it clean. A young man named Daniel Kraft is working on the railroad, finishing a repair near the tracks just outside town. He's a section hand, responsible for maintaining a stretch of rail line, checking ties and spikes, clearing debris. He wipes his hands on his trousers, glancing at the sky. It's warm, warmer than it should be, and the air has that hazy quality it's had for weeks. He makes a mental note to mention the dryness to his supervisor, though he's not sure what anyone can do about it. Rain will come eventually. It always does. A shopkeeper named Samuel Green counts stock in his store, writes numbers in a ledger, wonders if the supply train will come on time this week. He's expecting flour and sugar, both of which are running low. His wife Margaret is in the back room, mending a shirt. They have no children, though they've been married 8 years and expected by now to have a houseful. Margaret doesn't talk about it much, and Samuel has learned not to press. They have the store, and the store keeps them busy. These are small lives, ordinary lives, the kind that don't expect to be remembered, but they are the lives that matter when a story is about survival, because survival is not abstract, it's specific. It happens to individuals, to families, to people with names and faces and plans for tomorrow. Throughout the morning there are signs, small signs, easy to miss. The haze in the air doesn't lift the way it usually does. By mid-morning, the sun is visible but softened, filtered through a thin veil of smoke. The smell of burning lingers, not sharp, not urgent, just present. It's been present for days, so it doesn't register as unusual. Ash drifts down occasionally, light as snowflakes, settling on windowsills and wagon beds and the shoulders of people walking to church. Children catch pieces of ash in their hands, watching them crumble to powder. The air feels warm and dry, even in the shade. Clothes hang limply, skin feels tight, throats feel scratchy, though no one is sick. These things register, but they don't alarm. The mind is built to ignore weak signals, especially when those signals resemble yesterday and the day before that. If smoke has been in the air for weeks, why would today be different? But today is different, though no one in Peshtigo knows it yet. Out in the forests and fields surrounding the town, fires are burning. Some are intentional, farmers clearing land, crews burning brush along rail lines. Some are accidental, sparks from a steam engine, embers from a campfire left unattended, spontaneous combustion in particularly dry/piles. Some have been smouldering for days in heaps of logging debris, slowly eating through the dry fuel, waiting for wind to wake them. These fires are scattered, isolated, unconnected. They are small problems, local problems, the kind that people assume will burn themselves out or be managed by the people nearby. A farmer sees smoke rising from his neighbour's property and assumes the neighbour is clearing brush. A rail worker sees smoke to the west and assumes it's another crew burning along the tracks. No one sees the whole picture. No one has the vantage point to understand that dozens of small fires are burning simultaneously across the region, and that all they need is wind to transform them into something else entirely. But fire doesn't respect assumptions, and when the conditions are right, fire stops being local. It becomes regional. It becomes connected. It becomes a single living system, breathing and growing and consuming. Communication in 1871 is slow. There are no telephones. Telegraph lines exist, but they are fragile, dependent on wooden poles and thin wires that fire can cut in minutes. News travels by word of mouth, by riders on horseback, by train if the tracks are clear. If a fire is burning 10 miles away, you might not hear about it until the next day. If a fire is burning 5 miles away, you might hear conflicting reports. Someone says it's under control, someone else says it's spreading, someone else says it's nothing to worry about. You don't have a map, you don't have a weather forecast, you don't have radio or television or internet. You have what you can see, what you can smell, and what other people tell you. And people are often wrong, not because they're lying, but because they don't know. They're guessing based on incomplete information, based on experience that may not apply, based on hope that things won't get worse. As the day moves into afternoon, the wind begins to change. At first it's just a breeze, warm and steady, pushing from the southwest. Then the breeze strengthens. Gusts shake the trees, dust devils spin in the streets, lifting dirt and ash into small funnels that dance and dissolve. The wind feels wrong, too strong, too warm, too persistent. Laundry hanging on lines whips and snaps. Shutters bang against houses. Hats blow off heads. And the wind does something that no one in Peshtigo fully understands yet. It connects the fires. Wind pushes flames forward, faster than they would naturally spread. A fire that was creeping along at a walking pace suddenly leaps ahead, doubling its size in minutes. Wind carries embers high into the air, sometimes hundreds of feet up, and drops them miles ahead of the main fire, starting new blazes far from the original source. Wind turns separate fires into a single advancing front, a wall of flame that moves with purpose and speed. And when the fires are big enough, when the heat is intense enough, something even more dangerous happens. The wind and the fire begin to feed each other. Hot air rises violently, pulling in cooler air from the sides, creating a powerful updraft. The updraft pulls in more oxygen, which makes the fire burn hotter, which creates more rising air, which pulls in more oxygen. The cycle accelerates. The fire doesn't just burn, it roars, it moves, it hunts. This is the beginning of a firestorm. Though that term doesn't exist yet in 1871, the people of Peshtigo don't have the vocabulary to describe what's about to happen to them. They just know that something feels wrong. By late afternoon, people in Peshtigo begin to notice that the smoke is thicker. The sky to the west and southwest is darkening, not with storm clouds, but with something heavier, something that doesn't move like weather. It's a deep brownish grey, roiling and dense, blocking out the sun in places. The smell of burning is sharper now, acrid, mixed with the scent of resin and scorched earth. Embers are falling more frequently, some of them still glowing red-orange, some of them landing on roofs and porches and in the street. A few people start to feel uneasy. A few people start to ask questions. Is the fire closer than it was this morning? Should we be worried? Should we leave? But leaving is not simple. Leaving means abandoning your home, your work, your possessions, everything you've built and saved for. Leaving means taking your family into the unknown, onto roads you might not know well, toward places that might not be any safer. And most importantly, leaving requires belief. Belief that the danger is real. Belief that it's coming fast. Belief that staying is worse than going. And belief is hard when the fire is still over there, still mostly out of sight, still something that might turn away or burn itself out or be stopped by a creek or a road or a change in the wind. The human mind resists belief in catastrophe. It's a survival mechanism in a way. If we panicked at every potential threat, we'd never function. But it's also a trap, because by the time belief becomes unavoidable, it's often too late to act effectively. Panic begins unevenly. Some people start packing, grabbing clothes and valuables and food, loading them into wagons or bundling them into sheets to carry. Some people argue with family members about whether to go, voices rising, fear disguised as anger. Husbands insist the fire will pass. Wives insist they should leave now. Children sense the tension and start crying, which makes everything harder. Some people try to save what they can, loading wagons with furniture, tools, dishes, photo albums, the small precious objects that represent a life. But wagons only hold so much, and choices have to be made. Do you take the china or the winter coats, the tools or the bedding, the family Bible or the children's toys? Some people go looking for relatives who aren't home yet. A father hasn't returned from the mill. A son went hunting this morning and hasn't come back. A daughter walked to a neighbour's farm to borrow flour. Families fracture as different members go in different directions, each convinced they're making the right choice, each assuming they'll reunite later. Some people do nothing, frozen by indecision or disbelief, or the simple human inability to process a threat that has no clear shape yet. They stand in their yards, watching the sky, waiting for more information, waiting for the danger to clarify itself. And while they wait, the fire keeps moving. The thing about fire is that it doesn't announce itself politely. It doesn't knock on the door and give you time to gather your thoughts. When it arrives everywhere at once, and the transition from "we should prepare" to "we must run now" happens in seconds, not minutes. John Mullen, the mill worker, is at the boarding house when the wind picks up. He's been feeling uneasy all afternoon, watching the sky darken, smelling the smoke intensify. Mrs. Towsley, the landlady, has been moving through the house, closing windows, bringing in laundry, her movements quick and nervous. When John steps outside around 4 o'clock, the heat hits him like a wall. The air is so hot it makes his eyes water. Embers are falling thick now, some landing on the wooden roof of the boarding house, some landing in the street and smouldering. He goes back inside and tells the other men, "We should go now." Some listen, some don't. Some want to wait until full dark, assuming the danger will become clearer then. Some want to stay and protect the building, certain they can fight off any embers. John doesn't argue. He grabs his coat, his small bag of personal items, and he leaves. Sarah Tisdale is at home with her children when her neighbour Mrs. Hale appears at the door, breathless and frightened. "We're leaving," Mrs. Hale says. "You should too, the fire's coming." Sarah looks out the window. The sky's dark. Ash is falling like snow. She can see a glow on the western horizon now, orange and angry. Her husband isn't home yet. She hesitates. Emma, her 7-year-old, tugs at her skirt. "Mama, where's Papa?" "He'll meet us," Sarah says, making a decision. She doesn't know if that's true, but she can't wait. She bundles the children into coats, grabs a blanket, a loaf of bread, a jar of preserves. She thinks about taking more, but Mrs. Hale is already moving toward the road, and Sarah knows she needs to follow. She takes Emma's hand. She picks up William, who's heavy and squirming. She looks back at the house once, at the table where they eat supper, at the hearth where she cooks, and then she goes. Daniel Kraft, the railroad worker, sees the fire coming from his position near the tracks. He has a better vantage point than most people in town, and what he sees terrifies him. The fire isn't a single line. It's a wave, a churning mass of flame moving across the forest canopy, leaping from tree to tree, consuming everything. It's still a mile away, maybe less, and it's moving faster than he can process. He starts running toward town, shouting at anyone he passes, "Get to the river! Get to the river now!" The river. The Peshtigo River becomes the centre of everything, the focal point of hope and desperation. It's not a large river, maybe 50 feet across in most places, shallow enough to wade in summer, but it's water, and water is the opposite of fire. People start moving toward it, some walking quickly, some running, some helping elderly relatives or carrying children. The streets fill with chaos. People are shouting names, calling for family members. Children are crying. Dogs are barking, sensing the panic. Horses pull wagons in conflicting directions, some heading toward the river, some heading out of town on the eastern road, some simply bolting in fear. A wagon tips when it hits a deep rut, spilling its contents, blankets, pots, a child's doll, into the street. No one stops to pick them up. Samuel Green, the shopkeeper, locks his store and takes his wife Margaret by the hand. They have no wagon, no horse. They walk quickly toward the river, joining the stream of people. Margaret is quiet, her face pale. Samuel keeps talking, trying to reassure her. We'll be fine. The river's safe. We just have to get there. It's not far. But his voice sounds hollow, even to himself. Reverend Pernin is at the church, trying to save what he can. He carries vestments, sacred vessels, the church records. But the heat is intensifying, and smoke is pouring through the streets now, thick and choking. He realizes he's out of time. He abandons the items and runs toward the river, his cassock flapping around his legs. The firestorm effect is something that most people in 1871 don't have words for. They don't know the science of convection and oxygen dynamics. They don't know about fire tornadoes or ember storms, or the way extreme heat can create its own weather system. But they learn it fast when the fire reaches the edge of town. What happens is this: the temperature spikes. One moment, the air is uncomfortably warm. The next moment, it's unbearable. The heat is so intense that exposed skin reddens instantly. Hair singes, clothes begin to smoke. The air itself becomes hostile, so hot that breathing becomes painful. Each inhalation sears the throat and lungs, and people instinctively start breathing shallowly, through their noses, through cloth held over their mouths, trying to filter and cool the air. Visibility collapses. The smoke is so thick that you can't see 5 feet ahead. People lose sight of the person they were walking next to. Parents lose track of children. The street, which moments ago was visible and navigable, becomes a maze of darkness and confusion. And the wind. The wind is like nothing anyone has experienced. It's not just strong, it's chaotic, violent, pulling in multiple directions at once. One moment, it's pushing you forward. The next moment, it's shoving you sideways. It knocks people down. It tears roofs off buildings. It uproots trees that have stood for decades. The sound of it is terrifying, a roar that drowns out shouting, that makes thinking difficult, that fills the ears and the mind with noise, and the fire moves faster than running, faster than wagons, faster than thought. One moment, the fire is a distant glow. The next moment, buildings on the western edge of town are erupting into flame, not because the fire has reached them directly, but because embers have landed on roofs, on porches, in open windows, and the dry wood ignites instantly. Within minutes, whole blocks are burning. The town becomes a trap. Streets that were clear moments ago are now blocked by fallen timbers, by burning buildings, by wagons abandoned in panic. People who hesitated too long find themselves surrounded, unable to reach the river, unable to escape. They make desperate choices. Some run into buildings, hoping to shelter there, not realizing that the buildings will become ovens. Some try to outrun the fire on foot and are overtaken. Some simply freeze, overwhelmed by fear and noise and heat. John Mullen is ahead of most people because he left early. He's already at the river when the main wave of townsfolk arrives. The water is cold, a shock after the heat, and he wades in up to his chest. Others are already there, men he recognises from the mill, families he's seen at church, children clinging to their mothers. More people pour in every minute, the crowd in the water growing denser. Sarah Tisdale reaches the river with her children, but just barely. William is crying, terrified by the noise and the smoke, and the crush of people. Emma is silent, her hand gripping Sarah's so tightly it hurts. Sarah wades into the water, holding William above the surface, keeping Emma close. The water is cold enough to make her gasp. Around her, people are doing the same, wading in, finding places to stand, trying to keep children safe. The river is crowded now, packed with people shoulder to shoulder, all trying to stay low, all trying to breathe, all trying to survive. Some people are holding onto logs or pieces of debris that float by, using them for support. Some people can't swim and are terrified of going too deep. Some people are already exhausted from running through smoke and heat, and the effort of staying upright in moving water is almost too much. Above the river, the air is still hellish. The heat rolls over the water in waves. The smoke is thick enough that even in the river, breathing is difficult. People dunk their heads under water, come up for quick gasps of air, dunk again. They soak cloth, shirts, skirts, blankets, and hold them over their faces. They try to shield children by keeping them low, close to the water's surface where the air is slightly cooler. And still, people keep arriving. A man stumbles to the riverbank, his clothes smoking, his face blackened with soot. He falls into the water and doesn't get up. Someone pulls him toward the middle, tries to keep his head above water. A woman arrives screaming, calling a name over and over, "Jacob! Jacob!" But there's no answer. An elderly couple helps each other down the bank, moving slowly, the old man's hands shaking. They wade in and stand together, the woman's hand on her husband's shoulder. Daniel Kraft makes it to the river and immediately starts trying to help others. He's young and strong, and he wades back toward the bank repeatedly, pulling people in, steadying those who stumble. He sees a child, a boy maybe 5 years old, standing on the bank alone, crying. Daniel grabs him and carries him into the water, looking around for the boy's parents, but in the smoke and chaos it's impossible to tell who belongs to whom. Samuel and Margaret Green reach the river and wade in together. Margaret is praying, her lips moving constantly. Words Daniel can't hear over the roar. Samuel keeps one arm around her, the other hand gripping a log that's lodged against a rock. They stand together, pressed against dozens of other people, all of them trying to occupy the same small space of relative safety. Reverend Pernin arrives at the river gasping for air. His lungs burn from smoke inhalation, and his cassock is singed in places. He wades into the water and immediately starts calling out to people, trying to provide comfort, trying to keep panic from spreading. "Stay calm," he shouts, though his voice is barely audible. "Keep your heads down, breathe carefully. God is with us." The river is not salvation, it's just the only available strategy. The water is cold, cold enough that after minutes it becomes painful. But the alternative, the air above, is worse. The heat is so intense that people who lift their heads too high for too long feel their hair singe, their skin blister. The river offers protection, but it also demands endurance. You have to stay in the water. You have to keep your balance in the current. You have to breathe through smoke. You have to hold on to children who are frightened and struggling. You have to stay conscious when exhaustion pulls at you like another current. And the night is just beginning. Survival becomes a series of small tasks repeated over and over. Inhale carefully, shallowly, when the smoke thins for a moment. Keep your head low, your mouth just above the water. Keep your grip on the log, the child, the person next to you. Don't drift, don't let go. Don't think about how long this will last. Just stay, just breathe, just hold on. The fire above is a living thing now, a roaring beast that consumes the town building by building, tree by tree. The sound of it is beyond description, not just the roar of wind, but the crack of timbers exploding, the whoosh of ignition, the crash of structures collapsing. Occasionally, through brief gaps in the smoke, people in the river can see flames towering above them, bright orange and yellow against the black sky, leaping higher than any building in town. Time loses meaning. There are no clocks, there are no landmarks. The darkness is absolute when the smoke is thickest, and then it's pierced by bursts of terrifying light when something nearby, all how it explodes into flame. The roar is constant, unchanging, so loud that it becomes a kind of silence, a baseline against which all other sounds are measured and found meaningless. Children cry and then stop crying, their voices hoarse, their energy spent. Adults talk at first, offering reassurances, calling out names, trying to keep track of who's nearby, but gradually the talking stops too. Words are too expensive, breath is too precious. The focus narrows to the immediate, the physical. Stay upright, stay in the water, stay breathing. Sarah Tisdale holds William with one arm and keeps Emma close with the other. William has stopped crying. He's shivering now, his lips blue, but at least he's quiet. Emma leans against her mother, her small body trembling. Sarah whispers to them occasionally, though she's not sure they can hear. "We're safe. Papa will find us. We're going to be all right." She says it because she has to say something, because the alternative is silence, and silence feels like giving up. John Mullen stands near them, though he doesn't know these people personally. He's helping hold up an older woman who can't maintain her footing. Her name is Mrs. Anderson, and she keeps apologising, saying she's a burden, saying he should let her go. John doesn't respond except to tighten his grip. He's not letting go. The river is cold. After the first hour, the cold stops being a sensation and becomes a state of being. Hands go numb. Feet lose feeling. Shivering becomes constant, uncontrollable. But the cold is better than the heat. The cold is survivable. The heat above is not. Some people can't endure it. Some people lose their grip and drift downstream, too exhausted to fight the current. Some people panic and try to leave the water, convinced they can make it to safety somewhere else. But the fire drives them back or consumes them before they get far. Some people simply go under, too tired to keep standing, and others try to pull them up but don't always succeed. The night stretches in a way that erases time. There is no sense of progress, no sense of the fire diminishing, no sense that morning will ever come. There is only the present moment, and the present moment is unbearable, but must be borne anyway. People pray. Some pray aloud, voices rising and falling in fragments of remembered liturgy. Some pray silently, their lips moving, their eyes closed. Reverend Pernin moves through the water when he can, offering what comfort he can, though mostly he just stands with people. His presence a reminder that they're not alone. Some people count. They count breaths. Inhale 1, 2, 3, exhale 1, 2, 3. They count heartbeats. They count the number of times they dunk their heads underwater. They count anything, because counting gives the mind something to do besides panic. Some people go quiet, retreating into themselves, focusing on the single task of staying alive. They don't talk, they don't move unnecessarily. They become still, conserving energy, enduring. The fire burns through the town. Buildings collapse in showers of sparks. The sawmill, which has stood for nearly a decade, burns so hot that the metal machinery inside begins to glow. The church, where services were held just hours ago, becomes a skeleton of blackened timbers. Homes where families ate breakfast this morning are reduced to ash and foundation stones, and the forest burns too. The fire moves through the canopy like a wave, consuming pines that have stood for a century. The heat is so intense that trees explode, the sap inside boiling and expanding until the trunk bursts. The fire creates its own wind, pulling air towards itself, feeding itself, growing, but gradually, imperceptibly at first, things begin to change. The wind starts to shift, not in direction, but in intensity. The gusts become less violent. The roar begins to diminish, just slightly. The heat, which has been constant and overwhelming, starts to pulse instead, waves of intense heat followed by brief moments of slightly cooler air. People in the river notice these changes without fully registering them. They're too exhausted, too focused on survival to analyse what's happening. But somewhere deep in the mind, there's a flicker of hope. Maybe the worst has passed. Dawn comes so slowly that at first no one believes it's real. The sky, which has been black all night, begins to pale at the edges. The darkness shifts to dark grey, then to lighter grey. The smoke, still thick, becomes visible instead of just felt, and the wind calms, not all at once, not dramatically, but the violent gusts stop. The roar fades to a dull rumble. The heat begins to recede, still present, but no longer overwhelming. The fire is still burning in places, you can see the glow through the smoke, but the immediate, active threat has moved on. People in the river don't move at first. They're too cold, too exhausted, too afraid that the fire might return. They stand in the water, shivering, waiting for confirmation that it's safe to leave. Gradually, a few people begin to wade toward the bank. They move slowly, stiffly, their bodies barely responding to commands. John Mullen helps Mrs. Anderson out of the water, supporting her weight as they climb the muddy bank. Sarah Tisdale carries William, who is barely conscious, and keeps Emma's hand as they stumble onto land. Samuel and Margaret Green emerge together, both of them shaking uncontrollably from cold. The landscape they step into doesn't match memory. The town is gone, not damaged, gone. Where buildings stood, there are now only patches of ash and the occasional blackened timber or stone foundation. The trees are gone, replaced by scorched trunks standing like grave markers. The ground is black and still smoking in places, steam rising where morning dew meets hot earth. The quiet is eerie. After a night of constant roar, the silence feels wrong. There are no birds, no insects, no sounds of daily life, no wagon wheels, no voices from houses, no dogs barking. Just the occasional crack of a cooling timber, the hiss of steam, and the soft shuffle of survivors' footsteps. People wander slowly, looking for landmarks that aren't there. Where was the church? Where was the store? Where was home? The street grid is still visible in some places. You can see where the roads were by the gaps in the ash, but nothing else remains to orient by. Survivors search for each other. Names are called, voices hoarse and weak. Mary, Mary, are you here? Father, has anyone seen the Johnsons? Some calls are answered, some are not. People find each other and embrace without speaking. Too overwhelmed for words, people search and find only silence. Sarah Tisdale looks for her husband. She walks through the ruins of the town, still carrying William, still holding Emma's hand, calling Thomas's name. She checks the river again, thinking maybe he sheltered there too, maybe she just missed him in the dark and the crowd. She asks other survivors, did you see him? Do you know where he went? Was he at the mill when it burned? No one knows. No one saw him. Eventually, she stops asking. She sits down on a blackened log, pulls her children close, and doesn't speak. John Mullen walks back toward where the boarding house stood. There's nothing left. Just ash and a brick chimney, still standing like a monument. He thinks about the men who didn't leave when he did, the men who wanted to stay and fight the fire or wait until dark. He doesn't find them. He doesn't find any trace of them. Daniel Kraft, the railroad worker, walks the rail line. The tracks are still there, warped in places from the heat, but intact enough to follow. He's thinking about his job, about reporting to his supervisor, about what comes next, but mostly he's just walking, putting one foot in front of the other, because walking is something to do, and doing nothing feels impossible. Reverend Pernin stands where the church was. The cross that stood above the door is gone. The benches are gone. The altar is gone. Everything he worked to build and maintain is reduced to ash. He stands there for a long time, not praying exactly, just standing, bearing witness to the loss. Other survivors gather in small groups, drawn together by proximity or shared shock. They don't talk much. They're too exhausted, too cold, too overwhelmed. They just sit or stand together, sharing space, sharing survival. As the morning progresses, the scope of the destruction becomes clearer. It's not just Peshtigo. The fire swept through the entire region. Farms, smaller settlements, miles of forest. Survivors from outlying areas begin to trickle in. Some on foot, some on wagons, all telling similar stories of fleeing into rivers or fields or wells, of watching everything burn, of not knowing who survived. The counting begins, but the counting is impossible. How do you count the dead when entire families are missing? When workers lived in boarding houses with no permanent records? When transient loggers moved through the area with only their first names known? When the fire was so intense that in many cases nothing remains? No bodies, no bones, just ash indistinguishable from the ash of buildings and trees. Some people are found, bodies pulled from the river, drowned or succumbed to the cold. Bodies found in fields or ditches, overcome by smoke. Bodies in the ruins of buildings, burned beyond recognition. But many people are never found. They simply disappear, erased as completely as the buildings they lived in. The estimates will vary. Some will say 800 dead. Some will say 1,200. Some will say 1,500 or more. The truth is that no one knows. No one can know. The Peshtigo fire consumed records along with lives, and history is left with only approximations, ranges, guesses. And here, in the days following October 8th, 1871, is where another bitter truth emerges. On the same night, Peshtigo burned, Chicago burned too. The Great Chicago Fire, sparked in a barn on the city's west side, swept through the densely packed neighborhoods, destroying thousands of buildings and leaving 100,000 people homeless. The nation's newspapers devote their front pages to Chicago. The telegraph wires carry constant updates about the damage, the casualties, the relief efforts. Chicago is a major city, economically vital, politically connected, home to wealthy businessmen and powerful politicians. When Chicago burns, the country notices. Aid pours in. The president sends assistance. Rebuilding begins almost immediately, funded by donations from around the world. Peshtigo gets a fraction of that attention. There are reports, yes, some newspapers mention it, but the story is overshadowed, buried under the larger Chicago narrative. And so the deadliest fire in American history becomes a footnote, a piece of obscure trivia, a disaster that most people have never heard of. This is not anyone's fault, exactly. It's just the mechanics of attention, the way news works, the way the world decides which tragedies matter. Big cities matter more than small towns. Wealthy victims matter more than poor ones. Connected places matter more than remote ones. It's not fair, but it's true. In Peshtigo, survivors begin the slow work of rebuilding their lives. Some leave, unable to face the memories, unable to start over in a place that holds so much loss. Some stay because they have nowhere else to go or because they're determined not to let the fire win. Thomas Tisdale's body is found 3 days later in the ruins of the sawmill. Sarah identifies him by his boots, which somehow survived when everything else burned. She buries him in the new cemetery, being established on the edge of what was town. She and her children move in with relatives downstate. She never returns to Peshtigo. John Mullen stays. He helps with the clean-up, the rebuilding. He works on the new mill when construction begins. He sends money to his mother like he planned, but he never buys those boots. Somehow, it doesn't seem important anymore. Mrs. Anderson, the elderly woman John helped in the river, dies 4 days after the fire. The cold and the smoke damaged her lungs, and her body couldn't recover. She's buried next to her husband, who died in the fire. Reverend Pernin stays too. He holds services in the open air, while a new church is built. He visits families, helps where he can, tries to make sense of senseless loss. Years later, he'll write an account of the fire, one of the few detailed survivor testimonies. His words will help preserve the memory of that night. Samuel and Margaret Green leave. Their store is gone, their savings gone. They move to a town in Illinois and open a new store there. Samuel never talks about Peshtigo. When people ask where he's from, He says Wisconsin and changes the subject. The town rebuilds slowly. New buildings go up, mostly wooden because wood is what's available and affordable. The sawmill restarts. The railroad continues to run. Life, in its persistent way, continues, but the fire prompts changes, gradually, incompletely. People start thinking differently about logging slash. Some communities pass ordinances requiring debris to be cleared or burned under controlled conditions when the weather is wet. Railroad companies become more careful about sparks from steam engines. Fire breaks are cut through forests in some areas. The idea that fire is always manageable begins to erode, though not as quickly or completely as it should. Complacency grows back. It always does. Fire becomes familiar again. The memory of October 8th, 1871 fades for those who weren't there. And even for those who were, the mind softens the edges of trauma over time, makes it bearable, files it away. But the lessons remain for those willing to learn them. Infrastructure matters. Roads, communication, emergency plans. Weather matters, drought. Conditions, wind patterns, temperature. Land management matters. What you leave behind when you cut trees, how you clear fields, where you allow debris to accumulate. And belief matters most of all. The willingness to accept danger before it becomes undeniable. The courage to act on weak signals. The humility to admit that catastrophe is always possible. The Peshtigo fire was not supernatural. It was not mysterious. It was physics and weather and human error combining in catastrophic ways. And that perhaps is more frightening than any ghost story, because it means it could happen again. It could happen anywhere. It could happen to anyone who makes the same assumptions, who ignores the same warnings, who believes that this time will be like last time, right up until the moment it isn't. And now the story comes full circle, back to where it began, with the reminder that this was real. These were real people, with real lives and real plans for tomorrow, and tomorrow never came. They were mill workers and mothers and shopkeepers and priests and children. They had breakfast on October 8th, 1871, and thought about supper and next week and next year. They didn't know. They couldn't know. The day felt ordinary until it wasn't. The story is finished now. The flames are in the past. The wind is in the past. The terror and the loss and the long night in the river are over, relegated to history, to memorials, to accounts like this one. You are safe in the present moment. You are far from any fire. You are surrounded by the calm, the stillness, the safety of now. The story has been told with care, with respect, without sensationalism. The people of Peshtigo have been remembered. Their names, where known, have been spoken. Their suffering has been acknowledged. And now they can rest, and you can rest too. Let the story settle. Let it become part of the knowledge you carry, a reminder that the world is both beautiful and dangerous, that ordinary days can turn extraordinary, that we must pay attention to warnings even when they're quiet. But for now, let go. Release the weight of history. Release the images of smoke and flame. Release the sounds of panic and the cold of the river. They belong to then. You belong to now. And now is safe. Breathe slowly, deeply. Feel the ease of air moving in and out. Feel the stillness of your body. Feel the security of your surroundings. There is no smoke here. There is no heat. There is no danger. Only quiet. Only calm. Only the gentle drift toward rest. The Peshtigo fire happened 150 years ago. The survivors are gone now. All of them. The last one passing decades ago. Their descendants scatter across the country, carrying fragments of family stories, faded photographs, quilts made from clothes that survived the fire. The town itself still exists, a small community that knows its history, that maintains a fire museum, that holds memorial services every October. But that's their story to keep now. Yours is here, in this moment, in this breath, in this deep and lasting quiet. Sleep comes gently, when the mind releases what it no longer needs to carry. And tonight, you need carry nothing but the ease of breathing, the comfort of stillness, the simple and certain peace of knowing that danger was then, and now is now, and now is safe. The fire burned in 1871. The year now is not 1871. The forest has grown back, green and patient, alive with birds and deer, and the slow work of growing. The river flows quietly through Peshtigo, unchanged except in its banks, which were reshaped that night, and never quite returned to their original form. The town has streets and buildings, and lives being lived. Different lives, new lives. Lives that don't remember the terror directly, but carry it in the careful way they think about fire, about preparation, about belief. And you are here, safe, breathing easily, surrounded by the ordinary magic of an ordinary night in which nothing burns, nothing falls, nothing threatens. Let it all go now. Let the story settle into memory. Let the names rest. You have listened, and that is enough. The people of Peshtigo have been honoured by your attention, and now both they and you can be released into the silence that holds all stories when they're finished being told. Your breath is slow. Your body is still. The night is calm. And somewhere far away in time, the last embers of the Peshtigo fire finally went dark, leaving only ash and memory, and the faint, distant echo of voices calling names into smoke that has long since cleared. But here now there is no smoke, there is no heat, there is no fear, there is only the present, steady and sure, and the present is safe. Sleep deeply, sleep well. The story has been told, the telling is complete. What comes now is rest pure and untroubled, the kind of rest that knows no fire, no wind, no danger, only the gentle, endless drift into dreams that hold no weight and demand no vigilance. The Peshtigo fire is over. The night is yours, and you are safe. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.